Okay, my mic was muted. All right. Anyways, dude, the passions are just so messed up too. You can barely read them. Okay, let me try again. Let me try again. And hopefully my PC doesn't crash again because it did crash. That's why I had to restart the whole stream. God damn it. Classic. I am interested in this one for sure. Let me just log in into the test server first. Make sure that everything is running smoothly before I start just messing with everything. Everything in my controller as well. I will be reading the whole patch notes, and then I will be doing some testing on all of the rings. I want to see the numbers behind it. Obviously, anyone has done any testing, please avoid spoilers unless I ask the question. Please and thank you. That will be my only request. It's been here for quite a while, but I was, not on my PC. Well, at least I was on my PC, but I was not doing any testing. Let me make sure that everything is working out just fine. Tiny Quest is still there from what I've noticed. Patch notes are ready. They look ugly as hell, so I will not be able to showcase anything on screen, but there's going to be a link to the patch notes in the pinned comments. I will not try myself to, I will not repeat myself very often in this because there's a lot to uncover and I want to do a lot of testing. So yes, that's all I have to say. Where is it? Let me put the in-game. Let me just get rid of this screenshot. Let me just get rid of this image for now. Today is not a stressful day. Today is more of a GP day. Oh god damn it. All screen. Screen. Transform. Flip horizontally. Let me just aura form for a little bit. Because I got barely any aura, so might as well just get the best aura farm that I can get. Testing mystic rings. Avoid spoilers. But first and foremost, obviously, let me just read out the whole patch notes. From what I've noticed is that the majority of the stuff that they mentioned at the dev live stream is here. Is it every character like right here? Because I don't think every character is here. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh yeah, there's 18. And they spell Chloromancer incorrectly as well. There's 18 classes. It seems less, but it is not less. So, let's read out the patch notes, shall we? Shall we? Let us read out the patch notes, which look ugly as hell. I think they forgot to add in like a background, so everything blends in together, so it doesn't look really good. I'll be reading just the patch now instead of the introductory, so I'm just going to be just talking about it. First of all, I would like to mention one thing. I essentially had not like a bingo card, but essentially some predictions on the latest community post. And in those predictions, I put in the Mystic Rings are going to be expensive. They're going to take more than likely Paragon, instead of Paragon resources, Longshade resources. Most of the hidden effects are going to be pretty much like with the exit, or at least not good enough to overtake the Rush Escape hidden effect. There will not be a lot of class buffs, and from the looks of it, I was completely true. There aren't very many class buff outside of like the one that they mentioned on the depth stream. So this is going to be mainly focusing on the crystal ring hidden effects. The old hidden effects are also going to appear in Mystic Rings because it was not shown on the depth stream. Ring crafting profession will go to either 350 or 400, and Mystic Rings are not going to be strong enough to actually boost the max PR to 60,000. Those were my predictions. So let's see if I was correct. So, Mystic Rings are now available for testing. Ring crafting, reaching the Mystic Jeweler rank, can craft powerful new class-specific ring, unlocking a new layer of progression. Mystic Ring also include a new hidden effects activated via the Ring Polisher, including the unique effects for each class. This update also brings additional class changes for testing. So, ring crafting Mystic Ring. A new ring crafting tier has been added, Mystic Jeweler. This unlocks a ring crafting 300, so allowing Trovians to craft mystic boxes. So rank 300, from the looks of it, is that is not where oh wait, what? Yeah, no, ring crafting is, this is just the ring crafting is right there. What the hell am I doing? Yeah, it is 350. It says 300 here in the patch note, but yes, it is 350. So one of my predictions is obviously correct. 350 in the ring crafting is going to be the highest rank right now. So 350. So of course you need to craft 50 of these boxes to get these, and you can now start crafting Crystal 4 and Crystal 5. So Crystal 4 and Crystal 5 can now be crafted here. Well, cannot be crafted because it is going to take, they haven't put in any crafting recipes, but yes, Crystal 4 and Crystal 5 are going to be craftable at rank 300, and Mystic is going to be crafted at rank 350, and they've only put in 1 flux each, so this is probably because placeholder just for testing. Imagine if it was 1 flux per box, but obviously it's not going to end up being the case. There's going to be Mystic Loops. Drops in Longshade difficulty difficulty 15 world when reaching Prime Paragon levels. So yes, it's not going to take, it's going to be part of the Paragon system, but it's going to be a brand new resource, only tied to Mystic. Here we go again with the crafting, with making a brand new resource only for a specific update. So there's going to be Mystic Loops. So yeah, a lot of people are going to be doing ships, so that's for sure. And then they put in all 18 of the hidden effects, and then they put in all of the changes to the classes. And on the test server, not on the test server, on the dev livestream, they've already showcased a lot of them. And outside of that, there are 2 more, one for the knight and one for the bard. And I am going to be essentially just talking about all of that, but they essentially just buffed the knight, and this is a buff that pretty much everyone has been asking for. I haven't done any testing thus far, but the knight got a buff in his dodge animation. Now it recovers faster, way faster in fact, because right there, as you can tell, normally that kills your movement speed completely. Now now it transitions a little bit smoother, which essentially means for jump dodging, it doesn't kill your movement speed altogether. It's still not a great dodge from the looks of it, but now doing one hop jump dodge is now possible with the knight, which was not possible. You needed to do 2 or 3 jumps without repel rune. You need at least 2 jumps with repel rune to at least do a proper jump dodge like this, so you don't lose movement speed. Now it is essentially not a faster animation, but a faster recovery from the looks of it. It says that it is faster, but the animation seems to be roughly the same. The only thing is that, like right there, it doesn't kill your movement speed. Normally it killed your movement speed completely like that, and then you would get stuck and then you would move. That was the old, like, the knight dodge on the live server. Now it is completely possible to do a jump dodging with the flop. That is the knight buff. The other buff that we receive is on Bard. So Bard, where is Bard? So Bard, I don't know if I will be able to showcase it because my Bard kind of sucks. How many crit hit do I have? 33%. Let's see if I can do a crit. See? So according to this, right there, you saw that little explosion, or that little extra damage that this target dummy is taking. Oh, it's at my location. So every single time that you do a critical hit with your basic attack, oh my gosh, I'm almost going crazy with Paragon levels. Maybe you can craft like Paragon or like EXP tokens. But every single time that you do an attack right there with your Bard and you do a critical hit, you're going to do a small AoE damage, which from the looks of it, it seems to be doing some extra damage all around. And the damage seems to be not high. It's extra damage. 19k. How much damage? It's like 2 times damage roughly. From the looks of it, it seems to be like around 2 times damage multiplier, the AoE. That's what it does. Critical hit with your basic attack will now do a small amount of AoE at your location. That's the Bard buff. And from the looks of it, it is like it triggers on every single enemy, including the enemy that you hit with the basic attack, allowing you to essentially just do some extra damage. The radius doesn't seem to be that long either. Let's see. No, never mind. It is because this is 3 block range. This is around 3 block range, and it's still hitting, but it's not hitting this one. So I would assume it's like a 3x3 around the character. So that's essentially, yeah, because it's not hitting right there. That should be like an extra block because it is 3 and 1 the side that we before. So 3 blocks in radius from the looks of it is the maximum range of the AoE around you. There's no VFX, so we cannot showcase right now. It seems to be doing roughly around 2 times damage multiplier, and it triggers on every critical hit. And I don't know if it doesn't seem to have any cooldown. So that could be, that is a good buff for the Bard, because it means that your basic attack will now do, if you have 100% critical hit, which is very easy in this game, then you should be able to constantly be doing an extra 2 times damage with your basic attack. So stage 1 would be doing like 4.5 times damage instead of 2.5. around you, which is really, really strong. That is roughly around the same damage multiplier as the Knight right now. So Bard got a pretty interesting buff that it doesn't seem pretty good on paper, but it is actually quite strong. Next up is Fae. Obviously the Fae which saw this in the dev stream buff. Fae Trickster now has a higher jump. It gets higher jumps on levels 5, 10, 15, 20, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. So all of those 5 levels is going to get an increased jump height, and it's also going to get a movement speed increase on those exact same levels. So my movement speed seems to be 65, and I don't think I got any extra movement speed buff, so I need to check out some other classes. So let's get rid of you and get rid of you. That's 50. God damn, hold on. How much movement speed do you get with Fae? Because this is not getting any movement speed. I'm not getting any extra movement speed from anything. This is 65 movement speed. Base. That is 25 more movement speed than any character in the game. What the hell? That makes the Fae Trickster the fastest character in the game. Yeah, Lunalancer. Look. Lunalancer is 61. Because I don't have any movement speed on any of my crystal gear. And Lunalancer is 61. Wait, Lunalancer 61? What the hell? Wasn't Lunalancer like less? Hold on, let me get rid of everything. Yeah, no, it is 61. What the hell? Did Lunalancer got an increase? I thought that Lunalancer was 56. I thought Lunalancer was 56 movement speed by default, but it seems to be 61. Oh, Star Chart. Forgot. I do have this Star Chart. Let me get rid of the Star Chart first. And reset my Star Chart. Anyways, let me just get all of my Star Chart back. Level 25 tokens. We got 1,000 of those, so we can actually just get a lot of Paragon stuff. Which for that, let me just increase the Bard to level 30. So let me just get Bard to level 30. Which other class is not level 30? Vanguardian. And Soul. Oh, none of those classes were level 30. Now, Lunalancer should be a 56. Okay. 56 movement speed. Fae Trickster is 60 movement speed. Fae Trickster is now the fastest character in the game, but without any buffs. It's faster than Lunalancer. This is 20 more movement speed than any character in the game. That is pretty insane. This is a 60 movement speed character. By default. 60 movement speed. Fae Trickster. But the other changes were now the jumps also give a slow fall, which I do not like. And it seems that okay, you can cancel out with a dodge. So it's not like you're stuck completely with the slow fall. You can use a dodge and cancel out. So it's similar to the Gunslinger. So it does have that. But you can just use a dodge just to get out of the slow fall. At least that is good. It doesn't say here in the patch note, but you can do that. Basic attack damage has been increased with or without the ego boosted. So that is... I'm at 12. 91. 266. What is my damage coefficient? Let me just get the calculator. Let me just get my calc. I put in the calculator right there. Let's see what is the damage multiplication on that. My stats are more physical damage than magic damage. That is diabolical work. So 12,079. Multiply that by... That is 193. It's like 190. This 193 divided by 100 plus 1, right? 193 divided by 100 plus 1. That's 2.93 times 1279. That would be 35,000. And I was dealing 266k. Right? We can get a rough estimate. 266.9. 266 900 divide that by 35.4. Round it up. Okay. $266 900 divided by 35,400. 7.5 roughly. So it got increased from 6.5 to 7.5 from the looks of it. It's not bad. I thought it was a bit bigger, but no, it's 7.5. It's still good. 7.5 times damage, if calculations are correct, but requires a little bit further testing. But yeah, the other thing is that Fae Trickster now has an 8-block blink instead of a 6-block blink. So yeah, those are the Fae Trickster changes, which is interesting to see that the Fae Trickster is now the fastest non-buff character in the game. What the hell? That just sounds so random. Overtaking the Lunalancer as the fastest character in the game in terms of raw movement speed without any buffs. It's crazy. Now next up is Vanguard. Vanguard got buffed. Yeah, it says right here. Okay. The Vanguardian melee basic attack has been increased. Now we are looking at this range. On the first two hit, the uppercut seems to be shorter. Like around a block shorter, but the first two seems to be hitting like roughly around here, which means it is roughly around 4.5 to 5 blocks in distance from 3. It's an insane increase. Like, look at that disconnect now. And the uppercut seems to be like roughly 4 blocks. Now, it used to be right here. This is 3 blocks. This is the old Vanguardian range. Now it is right here, which is a 2-block range buff. Doesn't say it right here in the patch note, but it is 2 blocks more with the basic attack. Now Force Flash and I-Beam has been swapped. So now melee has Force Flash and I-Beam is now on range mode. So melee now does have this attack, which for some reason they removed the range capabilities and now it just explodes on you, which is rather interesting. So before it used to be like a Hadouken, like you can essentially just throw down an explosion like a projectile range. Now it it doesn't seem to be doing that now. It literally just explodes on you. But the range is absolutely disgusting because I'm still hitting target dummies like all the way over here. Like, look at that. That is so disgusting. That range should not be allowed. What in the hell? Like, look at this range. I'm hitting literally here. And for reference, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 block. 8, 9, like around 9 block radius. That is the plasma blast. What the heck? That is disgusting. What? That Vanguardian has a 9 block range AoE explosion, which by the way has no cooldown. And how much damage does it do? Like still the same amount of damage, 7.5. Like I think it still does like I think it's 7 times damage. 7 times damage multiplier. No cooldown, 9 block range explosion that can just hit enemies from like a mile away. Look at this. Like, oh yes, I'm just, here's a target over there. Let me just throw a plasma blast and still hit it. Like what? Anyways, that is that. The other thing that the Vanguardian received is Force Flash. That is not allowed. First of all, that got buffed. The Force Flash got buffed from 30 movement speed to 40. Wait, wait. It gives 40 plus 5. Wait, 3 more movement speed. What the hell? Do I have 3 movement speed? Oh yeah, I do have 3 movement speed over here. Oh my god. So it is plus 40 base plus 5%. That was not mentioned in the patch note or the dev stream. So we're talking 40 movement speed and then add a plus 5 on top of that. Not 45 movement speed or 40%, 45% or something like that. No, it is 40 base plus 5% on top of that. So this is the first and only percentage / base movement speed buff in Trove right now. And now it also vacuums enemies periodically. This is like, look at this. That is an insane vacuum from pretty far away. It seems to be like roughly, I would say like maybe 6 blocks as well in radius. That is way more than 6 blocks. Holy jeez. That is insane. Considering that Vanguardian with Class Gen is still considering that the Vanguardian is still the Class Gen still reduces the cooldown like crazy. It is insane. How do I have the will to do that? That's content creation at its finest, my friend. And as being a content creator, essentially. But that is insane. Vanguardian needs a movement speed buff. The character has like a strong movement speed buff that got buffed. The Vanguardian already had a movement speed buff. Now it is stronger movement speed buff. Force Flash, this is a movement speed buff. It's always been a movement speed buff. Now it is stronger. Not only vacuums, it also gives more. It is on the live server, yeah. The Vanguardian. This Force Flash is plus 30 movement speed on the live server. Now it is plus 40 and 5%. They buffed it. No, this is just a straight up buff on the character, not a ring ability, not a hidden effect. No, it's just one of the character buffs. I'm going right now over the character changes first, and then I will be going over the hidden effects. But yes, the Vanguardian's movement speed buff, the Force Flash, got increased from plus 30 to plus 40 and 5% extra. Which is insane. Now it has Dino Tamer level ultimate ability, movement speed plus an extra 5%. That vacuums and does damage. Okay. With the plasma blast that has range like this. Yeah, well, 20 seconds, but yes. Well, technically, if we're going with the actuality, it's more like 14. But that's essentially looking at the character by default. Like, yes, having a cooldown on a plus 30 movement speed is not that great, but it is easily maintainable. Like, you can easily maintain movement speed completely with the Vanguardian without even using Flask. Like, I've used Vanguardian at 57,000 power, and I can easily just maintain Force Flash 100% of the time. But yeah, you need to just essentially abuse the class gem like crazy if you want to just use the Vanguardian over, at least if you want to just constantly using Force Flash, which you are going to end up using it right now more than ever, especially on 5-star dungeon because of the vacuum, the pulling. I feel Vanguardian might be one of the best five farmers right now for endgame because of this. That pull is just absolutely disgusting. Like, it has, I believe it has enough range to pull all enemies towards you. They buff the damage. They didn't. I don't think they did. As far as I know, I just checked on the patch. No, they didn't increase the damage. The problem with the Vanguardian is DPS for bossing. Definitely for bossing, that's where the Vanguardian is. It sucks. That has not changed. But for speed farming, that's where the Vanguardian is at, which I feel is just better to be honest. Because endgame, you don't need high DPS character for endgame because you're killing so fast anyways. Like, what you want for an endgame speed farming character is just burst, and Vanguardian definitely has burst. It just doesn't have like more like, instead of DPS, more like DPM, like for deep delving and stuff. Then yes, that's where the Vanguardian lacks. Which is, and I disconnected. Okay, trove. That's just beautiful. But yeah, for like endgame speed farming, I can just see this character, like for 5 farms, I can see this character being right now at the top. Just from looking at the numbers, yes, most definitely I can see this character being at the top. It like literally has everything that you want now. Because the one thing that the Vanguardian lacked was the range, but now you have pulls. You can pull all enemies from like really far away and they will immediately go towards you. So I can see this character being insane. And also for like regular dungeon grinding, regular dungeon grinding, Vanguard has always been great, but now it's going to be way better because it's faster, and pulls is just going to, well, it has more range on basic and it has pulls. Either way, like for anything dungeon related, it's going to be like really strong, the Vanguard with this boss, from what I've noticed. For Delving has never been good, and I don't think this is going to change. So who cares, Delve? Endgame farming sucks anyways. Alright, Pirate Captain. Let me go to Pirate Captain. So Pirate Captain received some buffs. Oh yeah, I didn't even check like everything from Vanguardian. But either way, like everything that the Vanguardian received was the longer range on the basic attack. They seem to remove one of my target dummy, but that's okay. They increased the range from 3 blocks to around 4 to 5 blocks in distance. They changed Force Flash, Plasma Blast. Now it's on melee mode instead of range mode, and it's no longer a projectile. Instead, it's now an explosion that hits for like a mile away. It still does 7 times damage, still has no cooldown, still costs quite a bit of energy per cast, which is understandable. Force Flash is plus 40 movement speed and plus extra 5 more movement speed, so plus 40 and extra 5, and then it does the vacuum. And on range mode, now it has Eye Beam, which is, if I recall correctly, they increased the range. It hits from like all the way over here. I believe they tripled the range from 6 to 18 blocks. And they also increased the jump height from Fired Up. So it's essentially like Cosmic Prime Dragon. Range basic attack seems to be roughly the same. Very inconsistent. So range is still going to be pretty ass for Vanguardian. For the most part, you will be going mostly melee mode. And that's just Vanguardian for the most part. Okay. Let me just continue with the patch notes. Let me just not get too caught up with chat. I'll probably just go with chat. I don't want to get too caught up. Let me just continue. I'm currently reading the patch notes, and then I'll just go with the hidden effects. So Pirate Captain, I know Pirate Captain has received an insane change. That is a lot of damage, by the way. Let me just get my calculator, see what is my coefficient. So I got 194 to 10. Multiply that by, no, I don't remember, it's like 1080.3, divide that by 100 plus 1, and then just multiply that by 194 to 10. My coefficient is 2.2 mil, and this is doing 6.8, so 6.8, 317, 6.880, 6.880, 317, divide that by my coefficient, which is 2292260, 2292260. That is 3 times damage. So that is the base. If I recall correctly, that is the now base damage. Let's see. God damn! That is dealing insane amount of damage. Look at the damage. Oh my god, that is disgusting damage. What the hell? Hold on. That is 34.4 mil. 34,401, 584, divide that by 2292260. 15 times damage. What the hell? God damn. That's a lot of damage. I think that's still less damage than live server pirate captain, if I recall correctly, with multiple turrets. But that's still quite a bit of damage. I think it's less overall DPS, but I need to check how many attacks per second it's doing. I believe it's just doing 2 attacks per second. I know that is definitely a notable change. Now the buff persists up to 3 minutes. That's the insane part. You can actually just throw the turret and it's going to automatically be maxed out. That is a really good buff. You also receive a short duration, a short movement speed buff. Let me just get rid of all of you. Movement speed being 43. That's just pirate captain, and then I go to 72. So you get, hold on. You get plus 20 and plus 15% after you throw the turret, and it lasts for the whole duration of the turret. That's the pirate captain movement speed buff. So you're getting a plus 20 movement speed and an extra 15% on top of that. When you throw down a turret, pirate captain is going to move out so fast. It's going to be pretty insane, and being able to maintain this turret much easier is going to make the character flow a lot better. In my own personal opinion, it's just going to be like rather strong. Here's the effect, like yeah, plus 20 and an additional 15%. And it seems to last like 10 seconds. I don't know. I don't know exactly how much it is. It seems to be roughly around 10 seconds. There's my video with tonight. Honestly, if I'm being honest, I was going to do this like earlier, but I was like, should I do it like right now? Like, should I do it late instead of doing it early? I may just do a late stream because as far as I know, a lot of people don't even care too much about like testing. Like this type of stuff, I just normally do this off stream. It's 4 a.m. for you. Like like for me, it's almost 3 a.m. So, yeah. Anyways, the other change that the pirate captain received was on the class gem, which I do not have on this. I had to go ahead and just find one, but they essentially just made it so that when you throw down a turret, you create an explosion for both this and the ult. Which I could do that like later. And the last one was, to be fair, I'm not too interested in Chloro, but the last change was Chloromancer. And Chloromancer received changes on, the Green Gatling and the Leafy Lasher, which you can actually just tell they recover really quickly. Now you don't have to essentially just be forced to attack them. You can just throw them down and they are just going to recover relatively quickly. And the ultimate ability now lasts for longer and it has a longer cooldown. So 20-second duration, 70-second cooldown instead of 12-second duration and 60-second cooldown. That is the old duration. And the plants, let me cooldown, 70-second cooldown. That is just diabolical. So yeah, plants are just going to recover really quickly now. with the ult. Right? So now it allows you to just throw down the plants much quicker. Problem still has all of the Shadow Spotlight nerfs, but that is the two changes that this character received. Now, let's go into what I'm most interested in. And I'm pretty sure mostly everyone is going to be interested. Is the hidden effects and going over all 18 new hidden effects. 18. So once again, rank 315, the ring crafting profession. Obviously, it's going to be one flux because they want the players to test everything out, but we need to get all of these quickly. Let me just get to rank 350. And yeah, you know what? I honestly don't care. And look like all of the crystal. Oh well, I didn't even look like the crystal. While I do that, let me just put in chat right there. Because we are going to be going over all classes. I did not even open my boxes. My god, look collecting socks. I need to organize this my inventory. My inventory is such a mess right now. Has so many boxes. Like, get rid of these. Get rid of these. I know there's a quick button, but I don't even want to bother. This. Okay. How many do I need? 13 more. I just got a C4 ring crafting C1s. Okay. Imagine if that luck was on the live server. Oh no. Alright. Mystic Jeweler. Let me just grab 100 of each. $100. I think 100 is a little bit too much. I think 100 is a little bit too much. yeah. Now, what I wanna look for is, since we don't have the crafting recipes, I need to check a couple of important things. How much does the ring polishing cost? And the power rank, and if the old hidden effects also spawn on the new rings, or if it is only the new rings, which I highly doubt it. That's why I'm crafting 100. Oh, let's craft the Vanguardian. 1 second. I want to just keep checking out all of them. I need to just get rid of stupid ass plants. Genuinely, whoever thought these plants were a good idea, I swear to God, you must be smoking. I don't need you. I don't know why I have Patreon. Patreon doesn't even work. You're smoking. Smoke. And I can take a wild guess of the new of the resource that it is used for the ring. Did my internet just disconnect? No, yes, my internet did disconnect for like a second. I should be back now. I just lagged like crazy and my internet just disconnected for like a second. I should be back. Refresh if need be. Refresh if need be, just in case. Or just click on the live in the timeline. There's the night. That is definitely one that I'm very interested, obviously for obvious reason. I'm very interested in that momentum shift base movement speed. If it is going to overthrow the rush escape, especially now that the knight has a better dodge, like slightly better, not like a really strong dodge, but it is much better. Now it is like not by far the worst dodge in the game. Now it is still pretty but far from the worst. Okay. Our captain. Shadow Hunter. This is another that I'm interested because of Rush Escape. This is definitely one that I'm very interested. Considering that every character can use Rush Escape, what would it be with Shadow Hunter? And of course the one that we didn't see in the dev stream, which I will be going over all of them as well. At least this decided to drop in today, like earlier in the week. I was hoping that it wasn't going to appear like late in the week on a Friday or something. That if it appeared on Friday, I would be so pissed. I got stuff on Fridays. It's definitely a day. All right. Cool, 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 cool. I might have to start getting some mystic drops, but I got the boxes right here. Let me just open one for the night. Momentum shift and rush escape. Let me just open 3. Smashing iron and will. Okay. And the PR seems to be 2070. I have a C4. So you'll get roughly like a little over 500 power rank from C5. From C4, sorry. So yeah. I did predict that we were going to get roughly between 50 point, what was it? 50.5 to 59.5 to 59.8, and with this we will be getting roughly 59.7 as max PR, maybe. I think with this is 59.7, and that also answers the question. Then yes, you can get the old effects, but they don't seem to be very common. I've already opened 5 of them, and only one of them had the old ones. Mashing iron and will, and there's overcharge over here. Oh, never mind. Now I got 3 of them in a row. But rush escape, momentum shift. This is the one that I'm very interested in. Obviously, let me get the ER one. It's 450 life from 325. Not a huge increase, obviously, because rings usually don't have a lot of light. What does it look like into? I highly doubt that we can just see any big resources because they don't even have a crafting recipe. Where the hell? Can you even look? I don't think you can even look like them. No, you cannot even look like them. Okay, well that's just kind of sucks. You cannot even look like this. All right, let's go into this. See what we have. I would assume it's Mystic Loot. Right? Yeah, Mystic Loot. So just getting primes on Long Shade. Let me go into Long Shade. Where is the coins for the EXP coins? There you are. So yeah, there's the Mystic Loop. And new badge acquired. What the hell? Oh, Prime. So yeah, let me just get quite a bit of Mystic Loops. From the looks of it, it seems to be like Mystic Loop for the character. Also, so it means that you have to use the character quite a lot. By the way, do I have boxes? This Prime Paragon Cube. Oh, I didn't mean to open all of them, but you still get Prime Loops. It's only on Prime levels on every character, which is okay. Gonna be real. Don't like that. People do be spamming this. All right. I needed to get rid of all of my rings, and I need another one. Where is Iron Net will overcharge. Iron Net will overcharge. Smash overcharge. Okay, now I'm not even getting. Okay, there is rush escape, momentum shift. Can I go with an ER one? It doesn't matter. I needed 2 because I want 1 with rush escape and I want 1 with momentum shift. So okay. Let me equip. Good. Let me get momentum shift over here. Rush escape over here. Look at the new momentum shift. All right. What is the movement speed increase? Is it percent? Excuse you? Excuse you? Excuse you? Excuse you? Excuse you? It's 40. Wait, what the hell? Why do I have 49? Oh, I do have Starubo, so I forgot. I just get this. It's 40. It's 55. So that's plus 10 and 10%. That's momentum shift. Plus 10 and 10% extra. That's already better than overcharge, but is it better than rush escape? Let's see. So here's rush escape. It's 40%. It's the same as the Shadow Hunter. It's not even a weaker one. This is the same as the Shadow Hunter. Question. Can you equip rush escape? Since it's universal, can you even equip it on... I would assume it doesn't work, but I'm going to try anyways. Since this is universal, can you... Does it even work? It does. Oh my god, So you don't even need rush escape on each ring. You only need 1 rush escape and you can just equip it with any character. So if you have a physical damage rush escape ring, then you can just equip it with any physical damage character. Well, technically with any character, but any physical damage character. I did not expect that one. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now, Shadow Hunter, do you even stack with rush escape? The answer is no. Again, oh my god, this controller sucks. Nope. Again, I can just try with a Shadow Hunter ring, but from the looks of it, if I equip it with any character, including a magic damage character, I get the movement speed buff. Right there. So you only need 1 rush escape ring, and you get the Shadow Hunter buff with any character with the extra shot of the Shadow Hunter. It's a little bit broken, ain't it? It's a little bit broken, ain't it? Huh. 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 Okay. First of all, what the hell did the Shadow Hunter even get? Dread Arrow. Shadow Seeker's ability. Shadow Seeker's ability is replaced with Dead Arrow. Applying Shadow Mark, Snare, and damage over time effect to your target. Your Shadow Seeker will now automatically fire instead of saving them up. This is what... Honestly, this is definitely a thing that I wanted. I wanted the Shadow Seeker to be automatic. And I also wanted them to just move out really fast. So let me... Also, let me open up some Shadow Hunter boxes. Sneaky Threat, Tactical Seeker, Unholy, Casual Escape. Huh. Hold on. Because every character gets Rush Escape, but the Shadowhunter ring has Casual Escape. That is not mentioned, by the way, anywhere in the patch note. They didn't even bother even mentioning. I need to. I want to get two, one with Casual, one with Dread. Tactical Seeker, Sneaky Traps. Oh, this is going to be painful, by the way. Getting the correct stats and now the correct ability is going to suck. Casual Escape. There we go. There it is. Red Arrow, Casual Escape, Rush Escape, and Momentum Shift. So, Knight, let me equip you with your stuff. And also, yeah, you know what? Get that out of here. Oh, got this controller sucks. Shadowhunter running around like this is so cursed. Not Shadowhunter Knight. This is so cursed. Having 163 base movement speed with like barely. That is so cursed. And I unequipped all of my nodes in the star shard so I can even get a little bit more movement speed. That is so cursed. Not being able to do this is so cursed. Wish I could just use my character. But the problem is, like, from what I've noticed is like this, it requires a prime loop essentially for every character once again, so you need to grind all of the primes all over again, which I don't know how I feel about that, if I'm being honest with you. So let me, first of all, let me get rid of you. Let me just get the Shadowhunter to 55. Can I unequip my... Now you cannot unequip your stupid gems on PC. Not really quickly. You can equip them, but I unequip them, then it's just click and drag. I'm pretty sure there's a button, but I don't know. Don't play on PC. On console it's so easy. In console you just go keep pressing buttons over and over and over again. Let me get to long shade with Shadowhunter so I can get prime loops. Yeah, you cannot. You have to click enter. That is so cursed. I don't know why I even equip my this ability. I cannot even equip it, but I need enough stat to even enter long shade so I can get prime loops, because you can only get the mystic loops on like over there on long shade. Shadowhunter. Okay, I have the stat. Let me just get some prime loops. At least getting 2 prime loops. He's getting 2 prime loops. Okay. One for Dread Arrow and one for Casual Escape. People using EXP tokens on the hub, and you need to use them on, like, not the hub. What the hell happened to my target dummy? Did they just disappear? Did they just eat them? I need the target dummies for... What the hell do you even craft the target dummies? Forgot. Forgot. Factory? Target dummies? Yeah. All right. Like, please, just don't destroy my target. Wait, they're just invisible. I just put it... There are some target dummies here. They're just invisible. There's another one here. Classic probing. Like... Not well. There's another one there. One there. One there. Okay. Oh yeah, it automatically shoots the Shadow Seeker. Like right there. You see the Shadow Seeker. Like it shoots like D1 Shadow Seeker immediately. Okay. Let's see. Shadow Seeker ability is replaced with Dread Arrow. Apply the Shadow Mire snare and damage over time to the target. So this. That is what that's what you do. And it costs energy upon activation. But yeah, that is the hidden effect of the Shadow Hunter. You can just throw it and just attack, and you're going to get Shadow Seeker Explosion. It's okay. It's like I mean, the best that the Shadow Hunter has, so better than like all of the old one. Oh, so that is what the ability on the Shadow Hunter does. It's the same. The only thing is that it increases the duration by double the amount. That's just casual escape. So it... Let me just check something. Does it apply with... I need to unequip it first. Let me just equip Red Arrow. And let me just get casual. I would assume it doesn't, because you need the movement speed buff in the first place. Obviously, makes sense. Let me just get you the class gem. So we're in for a tough choice. Yeah, the casual escape kinda just sucks, honestly. If I'm being honest. Rush escape with a properly timed jump dodge. Is it going to be better than momentum shift? Don't know. Landing in 5. Oh, that damage is pathetic. Just 125 to 150. That damage increase is pathetic. That damage increase is just pathetic. That's 10% bonus percentage. How much attack speed do you get? I do have it equipped. Momentum shift. The health regen seems to be 18%. Do I have Chrono? Let me just put in Chrono. Let me put in Chronomatic. I can actually just see. Okay, so the stability. So when ult is damage, stability, attack speed, and energy regen. Energy regen seems to be ass. So wait. So the energy regen goes from, let me just unequip Marshall. So the energy regen goes from 342 base and 0.75. Do I have the effects here? It doesn't tell me the effects. 342, 7.5, 334, 5. So that is 8 plus 2.5. 8 base movement speed plus 2.5%. Not base movement speed, 8 base energy regen. AKA nothing. I would assume this is only 10%. So without it, it's like plus 4,000, 3 and 15%. So plus 4,000 base or 3,500. Yeah, 3,500 base health regen. So 3,500 base health regen plus 15% extra. They have been doing a lot. Hold on. Do I have my notepad? Let me put, first of all, let me just get rid of you and let me just put game capture so I can just go into my desktop. Let me just pull in my notepad. Where is it? My Mystic Rings notepad changes. This right here. Get rid of all of you. Once again, just for everyone to see, this is going to be like the notepad that I'm going to have. Okay, so this is what I've noticed. Nice momentum shift. Ult active gives so this is going to be the notepad that I'm going to end up writing down, okay? So let me just put it right there on the side. So it gives damage, stability, attack speed, energy regen. PD, AS, ER, and the other one was stability, right? Stability, ER. Inactive ult gives movement speed, and the other one is health regen. So from what I've noticed, so my base is 99881. base 99881 slash bonus percentage is 115%. So that's my bonus percentage. My attack speed is 149. My stability is 658. I don't think I have any bonuses, right? No, 598 plus 10%. 598. That's my like base. 598 percentage 10, right? And bonus percentage is 10%. Energy regen is 334,500. Oh, 334,5%. Base 334 slash bonus percentage 5%. Inactive, my movement speed is, I believe it's plus 1010. Let me just get rid of you. I got 59. Why do I have 59? Because the ruble. I keep forgetting that I do have this equipped. Just get rid of you. So yeah, plus 50 and 10. Hello. It's been a little bit. So movement speed base is 40. And it goes to 50 movement speed plus 10%. No, it gives plus, yeah, it gives plus 10% from base, which is parenthesis plus 10 plus an extra 10%. No, it should be 10 parenthesis 50 and then plus 10%. Okay, there we go. And health regen is base. I think my base was base 60. How much is it? 65.75 if I recall correctly. 65.75. And 3% slash 3 bonus percentage 3%. And it gives plus 3,500 base. So it goes to 10,000 75 plus 15%, which goes to 18%. And bonus 15% bonus 18, which is equal to 11,000, but that doesn't matter. Oh, that older condition is gone. It's long gone. Same room, but now my AC is like the brand new one. You can sort of hear it, but that's only when I speak, and that is just very, 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 very softly. Yeah, that old AC was just bothering me way too much. Anyways, now let's go into the right. Oh yeah, let me equip my weapon. So my physical damage goes. So my base is the same. 153.7. 153.7. It was 143, not 115. It was 143.7%. Base remains the same. And bonus plus 10% bonus percentage, which translates to 153.7%, aka damage that you get is absolutely dog water. The attack speed goes to 159 plus 10, so it gives base plus 10 and plus 10%. 159 and 10% bonus percentage. So it gives base plus 10. I don't think I even need this, but I don't need the extra. By the way, for those who are just tuning in, I have a notepad on my second monitor, which I'm just writing down all of the numbers on momentum shift, which doesn't seem to be that good. Stability. Stability, it goes 798, so that's a plus 200 and 35%, so 25%. So that would be plus 200 base plus 25% bonus percentage. Let me just cut down those values and let me just put it in brackets. Now, I already got the cut. Put this in brackets. And this is what I did, by the way, for those who don't know like anything behind the scene, this is what I did for the videos. Literally this. I would spend a couple of hours just sitting down here on my club world and just writing down numbers. This is what I would do on videos. So now you're seeing a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes. Parentheses, base 149. ER was 334.5 and it goes to 342 and 18 if I recall. 10.5. That's plus 8 base plus 2.5%. Bracket. All right. So those are all of the numbers behind momentum shift for the night. So what it says right here is that replaces Iron Will with momentum shift. When activated, it increases the knight's damage, stability, attack speed, and energy regeneration. And when it is inactive, it gives health regen and movement speed. What I managed to crunch down, at least the number based on the stats that I have on my knight. I don't know if this changes for everything, but it seems to be pretty straightforward on what's going on. But the amount of stats that you do get is the damage is going to be 10% in bonus percentage. For those who don't know how the damage calculation works on Trove, damage is divided into your base damage and bonus percentage damage. Base damage is your gear, your gems, and whatnot. Those are going to be essentially like pretty much anything that doesn't say percentage physical damage. That is your base damage. Percentage damage is going to be your allies, your mastery. You see like 0.02% damage and a bunch of other stuff. Those usually give those are usually a bonus. Those go into your bonus percentage damage, which means it will just increase that percentage by your base. So in other words, if it is a plus 10% bonus percentage damage, it means that it increases 10% of my base damage. So 10% of 99,881. Not 10% of these is 10% of my base, which is way less than your total damage. So in other words, the damage increase that you're going to get from this is going to be pretty small. It's like half an ally, half of animated jug or something like that, if you want to put it like that. It's like half of an animated jug, or like how much mastery? 50 mastery levels, 12 mastery levels, something like that. I don't know, because not in 50. I think it's like 25. Hold on, is every 5 levels, right? Every 5 levels 1%, if I'm correct. No, every 5 levels 2%, right? Or 1%. It's 1% every 5 levels of 50. It's 10%. So essentially the equivalent 50 trove mastery levels below 500. So I get nothing, which is okay, but it's not like great. That's how much damage that you're getting from this. The base movement speed is plus 10 and 10%, which is it's good, it's okay, but I don't think it's going to overthrow Rush Escape for Knight, in my own personal opinion. Damage is too low. The attack speed is also too low. The attack speed is only plus 10 base and 10% bonus percentage. Or essentially, in this case, it's going to be 10 base attack speed plus 10%, because attack speed, there's no bonus percentage by default. Attack speed is just, that's it. So this is going to be actually 10%, but it's still 10% of your base damage. But whatever, it doesn't matter here or there. But at the end of the day, you're not getting too much attack speed out of this either. Like, if you really want some extra attack speed, just use Berserk Battler, and that will give you more attack speed than this will ever give you. For the most part. The stability is a lot. The stability is quite a lot, but I believe like regular Iron Will already gives you stability, or if not, then let's see. Yeah, regular, it already gives you a lot more stability. Regular Iron Will. So at the end of the day, you get less stability with momentum shift. And then energy regeneration is like nothing. But at the end of the day, like energy regeneration is not that big of a deal because you can easily get an ER ring, which I already have an ER ring right here, and you don't get a lot of it. However, the movement speed, the base movement speed that you do get by default is quite nice. It is plus 10 movement speed and 10%, which for a max movement speed, what is it? A max movement speed knight can reach. How much movement speed can you reach? Like 148, 150 or something like that? Close to 150. I don't remember exactly at the top of my head. But that will give you an extra plus 10 base, so that will be like 160. And then the 10% is going to be 160, 10%, 16. At the end of the day, you are going to be running roughly the same speed that you would run with overcharge. So Rush Escape pretty much gives you the same movement speed that overcharge already gave you. But the thing is, you don't have to rely on just using your Spirit Squire. Or charge, but who cares about your charge? We're not even going to even discuss that. Like, charge is not better than Spirit Squire. Spirit Squire is just way better than charge for speed for midnight. But yeah. Momentum shift, kind of disappointing. Kind of disappointing. I'm gonna be honest with you. The health regen that you do get is quite decent. 3,500 plus 15% or something like that. But at the end of the day, who cares? Okay. Let me read out the patch note and see what the hell do we have here. I'm just going to be reading all of the hidden effects right here. And then probably just do testing later down the line on each and every single one. Alright, Dino Tamer, Primitive Toxin. Your basic attack apply a powerful Primitive Toxin dealing damage over time to your target. Rush Escape is just going to be better. A Boomeranger, Phalmacy. Nearby enemy death sometimes create chickens to fight for you. The old hidden effects are still stronger. Shadow Hunters, the Dread Arrow, which, considering that Shadow Hunter cannot use Rush Escape, is probably going to be your only option. Neon Ninja's Conduit. You and nearby allies receive bursts of energy during the duration of final technique. That just sucks. Just use Rush Technique. Tomb Razor's Parasol. Your basic attack deals extra damage and now hits enemies. And heals skeletons in a circle around you. So pretty much just gives you Banshee's Boon. So he essentially gives you Banshee's Boon for free. Now that I think about it, that's pretty interesting. Revenant's Explosive Defense. Bulwark Bash explodes when used once every 3 seconds. One use. Once every 3 seconds, nearby enemy kills can reset the cooldown of Bulwark Bash. Considering the cooldown is 1 second with class gem, what's the point? We need to see what is like the Bulwark Bash or like the explosion, but I don't think that's just going to take either Rush Escape or even Speed Spears. Speed Spear is going to be like still a good option for Rev because of how comfy that makes the class feel, but it's going to be way slower than Rush Escape Rev. I think it's going to be a little bit more active playstyle. Lunar Lancer's Gravity Well. Using Lunar Leap or Lunar Slam will pull in nearby enemies. This effect can only happen once in every 30 seconds. That just sucks. It's a 30-second cooldown. 30-second cooldown for a pull, that's just... Why would you take that over Need for Speed? That, by the way, uses the same abilities. Or at least Lunar Infused Grapple. So there's no point in just using this. But 30-second cooldown, that's just not that great. The Gunslinger Mind Time, I know this one is the one that we got on the dev stream. Replaces Blanche Jump with a Proximity Mine ability, which it TLDR in Maze essentially the Gunslinger have the Shadowhunter's Sun Snare. Is this literally this? That's the ability that the Gunslinger get. Literally that. Doesn't change anything. Like it's literally this with less range. And it is stacking rather than like this one that has no cooldown. It's just based on energy. This one is just way better all around. It's going to be okay, but this one it just has way more range and it's already insanely good. On a 4-second cooldown per stock. Solarian's Divine Touch. Nearby enemy death grants Divine Radiance. What is Divine Radiance? Divine Radiance, your ult? Or is this? Ooh. That's your passive, right? Oh yeah, this is your Divine Radiance. So killing enemies just gives you this. Or nearby enemy dies, gives you this. So it allows you to have more Divine Radiance for a stronger basic attack. Which is okay. Prismatic Chain is going to be way better still. The Momentum Shift on the Knight, which I already tested that right now, is okay. It's not that great. It's like at its best it's just another overcharge. Like literally that. It's just another overcharge at its best. Frozen Tempest, which we saw on the test server as well. Ice Crash was replaced by Frozen Tempest, increasing movement speed of the Ice Age, damaging and slowing nearby enemies while active. Need to check that one out with the movement speed increase that you do get, but from what I've noticed, the movement speed is going to be okay. It's not going to be like that insane. The Split Fire, which is the one for the Dracolite with the Split Fire that allows you to throw projectile all direction, which we saw this in the dev stream. The Candy Barbarian Cherry Bomber as well, which is the one that gives you the Vanilla Swirlwind, like the Cherry Bomb after doing Vanilla Swirlwind, shortly after Sugar Crash. The Bard is the one that gives you one melody every 5 seconds, every single time that you do a dodge. Don't even bother, just use Rush Escape, it's going to be way better. Especially with the buff that Bard receive, like you don't even need to go into insanely high melody counts. Your basic attack is going to be doing much more damage now. Especially at close range. Fae Trickster's Blink, which is the one that doubles the distance on Blink. This could be like very interesting which also we saw that in the dev stream. The Vanguardian, we also saw it in the dev stream on Canny Balance. It grants 5 seconds stability, health regen buff while fired up or force splash is active, which is your buffs. And at the end of the day, let me just go ahead and just go with every single character one by one and just explaining the abilities. Okay. Okay, so the Dino Tamer, it changes this basic attack. It gives essentially a damage over time for the basic attack ult. Well, not even the ult, it's just both. It's just both your regular basic attack and I would assume also your ult. So your basic attack. Boomeranger is whenever a nearby enemy dies, you spawn chickens. That's how it works. The Shadow Hunter is the new ability, the Dread Arrow, which essentially just you can just throw down this arrow real quick that costs energy. And when you hit an enemy, applies a damage over time. The damage over time doesn't seem to be that strong, and it also allows you to, well, it throws the Shadow Seekers automatically immediately once you do get them, but unfortunately the Shadow Seekers are going to be essentially level 1 Shadow Seekers. That will not do a whole lot of damage. It will do enough damage, but not good enough. But it gives you some extra burst that obviously normally you wouldn't even get it, so it's just extra damage for Shadow Hunter for the most part. The Neon Ninja has Conduit, which is essentially tied to your final technique. Whenever you activate your final technique, your ult, you and nearby ally will receive a burst of energy during the duration of final technique, which I would assume is just similar to this, the Energizing Rain emblem. Whenever you use a flask with this emblem active, like you will get this effect and it will give energy to all enemies around you. That's what I'm getting at. I need to do the testing, but that's only applies when you activate your ult. That's what I'm getting at from this, from what I'm reading right here. The Tomb Racer's Parasol is essentially just Banshee's Boon active all the time. I don't even have a staff. Okay, stop. Staff. So this is your regular basic attack, which is just like a little laser. Banshee's Boon is the one that allows you to hit all enemies around you. And Parasol essentially just gives you that, which it's good for Tomb Racer. It's pretty good, but I don't know if it's going to overtake like some of the other ones, like Scapegoat's Plate or even Righteous Cape. But I don't know. This one, you could use it if you want to use if you want to always have essentially just Banshee's Boon active all the time. But that's just essentially what I'm getting at from this. It's just essentially this ability active all the time from your regular basic attack. Bulwark Bash, like the Revenant's one, is whenever you activate your Bulwark Bash, so your first ability, this is going to explode when you use it, and once every 3 seconds when you kill an enemy with this is going to, it says can reset, but I would assume it will just reset the cooldown of your Bulwark Bash, only of your Bulwark Bash. If it resetted your cooldown of everything, then I would see some usage. Not really. Current day Revenant, you don't use Bulwark Bash because it's so slow and it doesn't do enough damage, especially with Speed Spears. It's just way better than than this. Lunalancer got a change to this ability right here, Lunar Leap, and the Lunar Slam, which is your ultimate ability attack that allows you to spin around. Essentially just Lunar Leap on your ult. Like this ability. That ability right there. One of those two, like if you use either of those two, you're going to pull all enemies around you, like do a vacuum effect. But it has a 30-second cooldown. That is the new hidden effect, which is not that great. The Gunslinger one, which we saw on the Death stream, it essentially just gives the Gunslinger some snare, like this ability. It replaces your blast jump. It replaces your blast jump, this ability, into essentially Shadowhunter's Sun Snare, which is this ability, but with less range, less proximity range and AoE range. And it has a cooldown of 4.5 seconds per stock, and you can just throw up to 5 of them maximum. So you can have up to maximum stock, and you can just throw it. Replenishing each stock is 4.5 seconds, which is like, well, no, 4 seconds, which is still a short cooldown. 4 seconds is not that long, but I still would prefer no cooldown like the Shadowhunter, like you being able to just keep throwing this, especially if you have ER. Where is the next one? Was Solarian, which essentially means when nearby enemy dies. That is a lot of lag. Sorry about that. Hopefully that did not affect too much on the stream. My apologies. But yeah, Solarium, what it essentially does is, love my internet. I'm not getting too much. I think it's just trove being trove. I think it's just trove being trove. It's just whatever. But anyways, when a nearby enemy dies, you're going to get this, like, Divine Radiance, which is this bar right here, which is the one that allows you to throw down more of your basic attack. But who cares, because many things are already recovering your Divine Radiance, like your Guiding Light, for example, and your ally. Both of them are already giving you plenty. And the other hidden effects like Prismatic Chain is just going to be way better than Divine Touch. Momentum Shift for the Knight, which I've already tested, which is this one right here, that one that gives you damage, stability, attack speed, and health regeneration when you activate your ult, which essentially just puts you into a little bit bigger, and you will be able to have more attack speed, more damage, more stability, and more energy regen. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure, by the way, I'm pretty sure that they nerf the amount of stats that you do get. I'm pretty sure, because the attack speed increases doesn't seem to be that much, and like on the dev stream it seems to be like way much more, and you used to even get like way bigger. Like you don't even get that much bigger, like maybe like half a block bigger, and the damage increase that you do get is like pretty pathetic. That unfortunately doesn't seem to be that great. And when it is inactive, you get a increased movement speed of plus it seems now it gives like plus what 8? No, that's the bonus percentage. I think it's like plus 10 movement speed, then 10% extra. So you have an extra 10% by default, and then a plus 10 base movement speed on your character. And then the health regen is like 3,500 health regen and 15% in bonus percentage. But the movement speed that you do get is plus 10 and then 10% on top of that. Just by default, just by running around like this. Which may seem like quite a bit, but you were already getting quite a lot of that movement speed with the overcharge hidden effect. Which you were getting 25 just by activating this with no cooldown. And considering that the maximum movement speed that we can get is like 150 or something base, with the plus 10 that would be like 160, and with the extra 10% that's 16. Which will increase the more movement speed that you do have. So I believe the maximum movement speed that you can get is like plus 110? Like plus 110? But the Bard subclass is going to give you way less. So at the end of the day, TLDR, Momentum Shift essentially at best it gives you the same amount of movement speed that you would get with Overcharge. But you don't have to use this ability. The Overcharge. At that point, use Rush Escape. This ability is so insane. It's 40%. It's a Shadowhunter passive. It's just way better. Ice Age Frozen Tempest, which is the one that we saw in the dev stream, which what it does is it replaces your Ice Crash, your first ability, with an AoE that does damage to all enemies around you, and it also gives you an increased movement speed. I don't know how much it is because I don't even have it, but I should be able to just go. Hopefully I can just go into Long Shade without having to do gem swaps, and maybe I can actually just get at least one Misty Loop on every single character so I can get all of the abilities and properly do the testing. If not, then I have to do gem swaps with every character, which is going to be a pain in the ass. I might have to just change input into controller so I can do that quickly. Then there is the Spitfire, which is split fire for the Dracolite, which replaces your Spitfire into an AoE explosion. Not an explosion, but it just throws some projectile to everything around you when you press the Spitfire ability. Candy Barbarian is the one that we also saw in the dev stream, that whenever you use your Sugar Crash and then use Vanilla Whirlwind, you're going to spawn a Cherry Bomb that is going to hit up to 5 enemies. Bard, essentially what it does is, that is Dino Timber. Bard, essentially what it does is when you activate your ultimate ability, you're going to go into melodies. So you're going to get this, and whenever you use a dodge, just like what you saw right there, you're going to get 1 melody count. But you don't have to, like, you can just keep using the dodge, and every 5 seconds you're going to get 1 melody count, which is not great. Fae Trickster, the class that got insane buffs outside of this and Vanguardian. The hidden effect affects Blink, but it essentially just makes Blink have double range. Which, by the way, Blink is a non-cooldown. Not a non-cooldown, but it is a really short cooldown teleport ability. So, yeah, at least that is good. Let me You know what? In the meantime, let me just open one of each. All right. Champions congregate. The pirate captain. I got the pirate captain one. I got the ref. I don't have the soul. Let me just start equipping these on all of these characters. Because I'm pretty much done. The rest of the hidden effects is the one that we saw on the dev stream. Alright. Fae. Blink and rush escape. Good. Do. Get out. What else do we have? Berserk's Linger, Mr. Chomp Dragonborn, Dragonborn, Cliffhanger, Cyclone, Overstuff, Urn, Sheila, Nice Ice Baby, Gatling, Cherry Bomber, and Rush's Case of Candy Barbarian. Foul Mancy, which is Boomeranger. I already have Momentum Shift right here for the night. Melody Overload, Peaceful Song, Skeletal Split, the Banshee Blast, and Champions Congregate combo. I might need to open up all of those. Explosive. With this. And Fire Captain. Fire Captain 1. Whatever. This. Alright. Let me get rid of the Vanguardian. Tomb Racer. Bard. Three of these. Soul. Razor due to those more Skeletal Split pieces. Combo Hero Stand. Uncanny Balance, there you are. This is going to be a pain in the ass for every single character. Yeah, I put in some. I made sure to put in ads on live streams. Sorry to anyone that doesn't like ads. Hey, that helped out. Tomb Razor. Pieces. Nice one. Aerosol, there you are. Is thus far the update is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting is not that insane, but it is not awful either. There's some pretty good changes. Dino Tamer. Soul. Star, chain. Guiding flight. God damn. If this doesn't give them another reason to just straight up allow the player to choose whichever ability that they want rather than just having to rely on RNG. There's Divine Touch finally. Okay, we just go to Soul. there. I'll go to. I already have the Shadow Hunter, I already have the Ref, I already have Fire Captain. Go Neon Ninja. Jutsu, Recharge Jutsu, Recharge Jutsu, Recharge Jutsu. Come on. Recharge Jutsu, Recharge Jutsu. All of them Recharge Jutsu. Wait, you know what? Let me put in controls, put it on controller. I can actually just do this much quicker. Recharge Clone Jutsu. Alright, Clone Jutsu. Can't do it, there we go. And then I get it like 3 times in a row. It's beautiful. Okay, so let me go to Neon Ninja. Let's put it. Alright, let's see. What is the next step that I don't have? Dino Tamer, Dino Tamer. I can put it like this. Did I get the Lunar Lancer one? I don't think I did. No, I don't. I can't get it. No Lunar Lancer yet. No, the Lunar Lancer, the one that I got was Need for Speed from the Moon Cliffhanger. There's Gravity Well. Yep. Get rid of all of you. There's Lunar Lancer over there. Let me just equip you with the new ring. And next up is already opened the Night, Ice Age. The Frozen, there's Frozen Tempest. Okay. Frozen Tempest. You know what? Hold on. Let me not do that. Let me just get rid of the ads. Whatever. It's not like I get a lot of them anyways. Alright, so Gunslinger. Did I have it? No, I didn't have it. Gunslinger. Gunslinger is right here. Lock a low, Bazaar Slinger. Lock a low, Bazaar Slinger. There's Spine Time. You, and you. Let me just get Gunslinger with the new ring. Fae Trickster. I think I already got the Fae. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I already got the Fae. Right? I already got the Fae. Did I get the Fae? Yeah, I already got the Fae. I don't need one. I need one more for Fae. Okay, so I need Split Fire here. That one I definitely did not get. And I crashed. It's the second time that this happened in this second game. Okay. Firestone, Dragonborn, Firestone, Dragonborn, get the hell out of here. Any of these. And let me open more. See what the hell I even get. There's Splitfire. Go to Draco. With this. And next up is Dino Tamer. Oh, my wounds. Jump, 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 jump. Crash, crash, crash. There's permitting toxin. There you go. Yeah, I don't need you. Nor you. There's Dino Tamer. Out of here. So get rid of this other ring. We'll only keep the C4 ring for stat purposes. Okay. There's Chloro. Chloro. I know I don't have Chloro. I got this one right here. There's Withdraw. There's Wild Pulse. Chloro. And I'm pretty sure that's everything. The rest of the characters were Boomeranger, Candy Barbarian, and Bard, which I think I have all three of them. I don't have Bard. Never mind. I can play. There you go. But the other ones are Candy Barbarian, which I already got it. And Boomeranger, which I think I also got. Yep. Okay. Got all of them. Let me go to Long Shade and open. See if I can get EXP without having to do gem swaps. Please, for the love of God, let me just do that. Please, please. Just. Okay. Thank God. Yes, I do get. No. I get Prime, but I don't get loot because I'm not 30k. Or at least I'm not long shape. Yeah, I need the stats. Or at least I need PR. Regardless, let me get. Is it 30k? Let me actually do that quick experiment. I did not know that. Is it actually just 30k, the one that you do need? Yeah, you only need 30k PR to actually get primal loops in long shade. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Because I don't even have the stats to enter, right? No, I don't even have the stats. All you need is 30k PR. That's it. Never knew that. And you only need 30k to actually just get drops. Regardless, let me unequip essentially all of my lesser gems. I still need to get to 30k regardless. Well, I need to equip like this gems. $35. One. Unequip you. Moving on to DT. Okay. Prime loop. Barbarian. Where the hell is my fire and power gem? Oh yeah, no, my fire and power gem is last gem. 24. 30. There you go. Okay. You. There's our stellar, there's a mystic. With that, I also need to get. I need to also get the a weapon at least. Quality message QM. Okay, but you, no, not you, or at least you, 30k. Okay. If I had my account, that would be, this would have been a lot faster, but gotta do what you gotta do. Three. Um, you. Up, ninja. You. Water gent is here. Oh my god, really? I'm at 30k. Go. Okay. Running around with some mystic boy. On a lancer. Put you. You. 5. Why do I even have level 1 stellars? Why do I even have a level 15 resplendent? That is just crazy work. I have like resplendence and whatnot. Like, what the hell? Why? Like, why? I already got the Shadow Hunter, Ice Age. This is water gem. This is this is and this is also okay. The Ice Age. I also need to start like get some class gem. Like at least spark at this class gem because I really need to check that too. What the hell do I even have? I already have the Knights, the Chloro. It doesn't have any gems. Honestly, that should be like every character. They should not have any gems on any character. Why the hell do I even have like other? Why am I trying to equip that? Why the hell do I even have like regular non-mystic gems on other characters that not even level 30 crystal? Like I get so many ass gems. Like, what the hell? And it should be like a lot easier because I don't need to just double check anything. Just, okay, you're done. Move on. Oh, no, this is much easier. This is much easier. Okay. Okay. 4K. Overboard. Okay. Next. Gunslinger. Bro. Uh. Bard. Alright, that's the board. Okay. Soul. Okay. Had to use 2 of them to actually level up. Okay. And I got 2 primes because I... Okay. Whatever. That's funny. Okay. And lastly is Vanguard. And actually just do the test. Now that I have prime loops on every character. Thank God that I didn't have to at least get enough stats to enter long shade. It's just 30k to actually just get loot and just to get the drops. Honestly, give me all of these. Already tested this character. Let me just go back into my knight and just equip all of those gems. Mm-hmm. Okay, 50.7k. All right. I mean, I don't need to equip Marshall because I'll be doing testing now. And I need to unequip at least all of the subclass. I already unequip all of my star shard. So I should... Oh, wait, hold on. I got controller set up. All right. Let's just go over every character one by one. Oh, there's a death right here. All right. There's Rebalancing. Okay, I mean, I guess it's not working. That is awesome. Rebalancing. Our captain. Dummy diffuse. Tamer. With the toxin. And the Barbarian. Cherry Bomber. And I... Thank you. Parasol. Rev. Close defense. And then just conduit. Lunar Lancer is Gravity Pull. Gravity Well. Sorry. Ice Ages is Frozen Tempest. Shadowhunter, I already have it. This one is Fine Pull. Wild Pulse. Split Fire. Trap, Mind Time, whatever. Yep. Bard, Push and Play. Bowling. Oh God, please, just work. Divine Touch. Okay, I got every effect. Took a little bit, but I got every single effect active on every single character now. And I can now properly just check everything out one by one. Okay. I've already checked the knight. Let's go with the boomeranger. So boomeranger was nearby enemy death sometimes create chicken to fight for you. So does it work on these enemies? Or do I have to go into an adventure world? Oh, there's the chicken. How much do you last? Hey, can you attack this for me? I saw 21 mil. What is my basic attack damage? 9. Basic attack is 2. That dealing 21. That is roughly almost 3 times the amount. So that's roughly like, that's a lot of damage. 21 mil versus how much am I dealing? Like, is it close to 7 mil now? No, it's 9 mil. I have a limit. How long do you last? Holy. Like, I still have 3. I still have 1 of them. Four. I have 4 limits. I would assume the limit is 6. Still 4. I don't know if it overtakes the one from the class gym. Look at that army. Just there's 5. There's 6. I got 6 now. This is usually the limit on minions. Still 6, yeah. So that's the limit. And they last for a while. And they seem to be extra. From the one in the classroom. So you can technically just have an army of these. They are still, what the hell are they doing? How much do they last? That's my big question. Because they've been here for quite a while. They've been here for quite a while. All of them, look at all of them just being hated towards the target. So they seem to be doing roughly 5.5 to 6 times damage. I'm just going to give a rough estimate. Because it's like I'm doing 9. That's like 2.5, like roughly. I would say like maybe around close to 2.5 times more damage than what I'm doing. If I'm again giving rough estimate, I'm not gonna do like pure math or anything. I got 4 of them now. They seem to last forever. They last forever. They last a long time. There's another one. And there's another one. They could easily last like 2-3 minutes. They last for a long, long time. And they refresh rather easily. Like They don't have like a lot of cooldown, and I would assume they also will spawn on Kurt's calls. So one swarm can easily just get you 6 minions immediately. That could help out with burst on this character that already has insane burst. Don't know if it is. I don't know if it's going to. I think this is just going to be a tough option for people that uses the boomeranger, because it seems to be doing pretty good damage, like the chickens right here. They seem to be, because basic attack, like right here, I'm doing 9.3 mil damage and it's doing 21 mil. This basic attack does 2 times damage multiplier. So that doing roughly 2.5 times more damage is giving me like 5 times damage multiplier on these minions. And you can have 6 minions that are separated from the classroom. So you can have 6 minions plus the minions from the classroom, completely separated. And this will last forever. And the minions from the classroom do... How much do they do? They do 2 times the amount of damage. So they do have the damage of the classroom minions. So that is 4.5 times damage. So this will deal 4.5 then. Because the minion from the classroom do 9 times damage. This doing half is 4.5. So yeah. My rough estimate was relatively close. I was saying like 5.5, but it's 4.5 times damage multiplier. The minions. And you can have up to maximum 6 minions. They will last for a while. They have really short cooldown. So that is pretty good. It's a pretty good hidden effect. Not gonna lie. It's a pretty good hidden effect. Okay, so the one from Pirate Captain. I don't know if it's going to overtake Cyclone. We have to wait and see for what some people can think if they prefer some better bursts. I think it would be better for like low stat boomeranger over endgame boomeranger. Endgame boomeranger, I believe you can still use Cyclone relatively well. But low stat boomeranger, I can see that new hidden effect being pretty good, because it doesn't rely on any cooldown, and boomeranger without any cooldown reduction or anything kind of struggles. So this one essentially giving you a burst option that doesn't rely on cooldowns. Actually pretty good, but there's also rush escape, and you need to take into account that there's also rush escape if you don't want to go with that one. So let's go with this. Pretend Pirate, Dummy Diffuse. Pretend Pirate is replaced with Diffuse Dummy, which only costs 45 energy to throw, but no longer... What's the point? Eh? It just disappears? Eh? What? This one sucks. Is it immortal? It doesn't matter. There's... Oh boy. Here we go with useless ability. Let me just check it out on a regular enemy, because this one sucks. What the hell? This one sucks. Because the good thing about Pretend Pirate is that it does extra damage. Not strong, but it does extra damage. You can just throw it down. Ah, I see. So would you prefer this, or... Okay, well, they just died. Or... Let me just get at least some energy. Would you prefer that, or whatever the hell this is, or Pretend Pirate, or this? You know. You're essentially losing damage for no reason. This one is terrible. This is a complete whiff. Don't even bother with this one. Oh, this one sucks. This one is terrible. This one's terrible. This is horrible. Horrible, 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 horrible. Oh my god, that is so bad. Let me just bring my notepad. Let me bring my notepad. Okay, so Boomerangers Foul. What's the name? Rebalancing. Spawns minions on enemy kill. Roughly 25% chance of spawning. Roughly 25 to 30%, I would say. It could be more, but it could be less. I don't care. I will just throw down that number. I wonder was that done and played it. Yeah, I also wondered. I will be completely honest with you. Putting a pretty weak ability into useless territory with a hidden effect. Ok. Alright, so it spawns on minions on enemy kills. Minion damage is approximately 4.5 x per damage. Attacks per minion limit 6, but separated from class gem. Minion attacks speed same as the other minions. 1x duration over 1 minute. Pirate captains. What's the name of the useless ability? Dummy diffuse. I want to check something. What is the energy cost on pretend pirate? Trove. Pirate captain. What is the energy? Is this like 65 energy? 65 energy per? 64 energy. So you go from 64 to 45 and you lose the explosion. Okay. Reduce energy cost from 64 to 45. Removes explosion damage. And that's it. That literally is all that it does. Pretend pirate. Chloromancer is just passive. Knight's momentum shift is alt plus passive. Alright. So I got 3 of them down. Now it is time for Dino Tamers. So Dino Tamer, I know it does, like what it does is it just gives a damage over time on your basic attack. Which to that, let me just go back to the hub. What? How much damage is that? Like nothing? Excuse you? That damage over time is pathetic. I'm doing 11k damage base. My magic damage is 200k. Okay, to put that into perspective, by the way, that is 204, 276. What is those damage number? Divided by 11,000. Divided by 11,189. No, 11,189 divided by 204, 276. 204, 276. There you go. 0.05 times damage multiplier. Awesome. Yippee. And and it seems to have my hold on. Inverted. Okay. So we're talking, and it applies to there's no cooldown, obviously. Or rather, the cooldown refreshes every single time. That is Dino Tamer's primitive boxing. Basic attack. Passive. Basic attack dot. Applies a damage over time that does 0.05 times damage every second twice with no cooldown. Okay. In other words, trash. This is so bad. This is really bad. Look at the basic attack. 510,000 damage. And then 11k. Okay. Did they think that damage over time is going to be, oh my god, that is too powerful. Oh no. And then proceed to give it like no damage. Híjole. Híjole. You don't have a weapon. Let's put you with this. Okay. That's 6 point. I need energy regen. I need some ER. Do I have an energy regen weapon by any chance? Energy regen. Give me this. All of this ability take way too much energy. Eh? How much cooldown does it have? It seems to be a pretty lengthy cooldown. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be instantaneously. Or it's just once. Oh, it's just once. So this procs only once, but it does quite a bit of damage from what I can tell. Actually, not really. Oh my goodness. Can I get it? A 6.7 mil. That's less than basic. Basic is 3.25. This seems to be not that much, if I'm being completely honest with you. 710k versus 236. That seems to be like roughly 2.5 to 3 times damage. Well, let me double check then. Don't matter. So Candy Barbarians, Sherry Bomber, Candy Barbarians, Sherry Bomber, Vanilla Swirlwind, After Sugar Crash. Spawns, Cannon, PCs, Cannonball, on top of enemies, up to 5 enemies. Let me just put this up to 5 enemies. It appears once. The cool. I need to check what is the cooldown. Needs to be like roughly 3 seconds. 2. Range is ridiculous though. Let me get rid of Marshall and let me just put in Celis. Maybe I have Celis Emblem. I don't think I even have Celis Emblem. Really? I don't have Celis Emblem. I don't have Celis Emblem. You gotta be kidding me. How the hell do I not have Celis Emblem? It's weird. It just procs sometimes. And sometimes it just does not want to proc. It's pretty bad though. And the cooldown seems to be after Sugar Crash, no Vanilla Swirlwind. Okay, so damage. What is the damage looking like? I am dealing. That was 6770. 6770. And basic attack, how much is doing? 73. And basic attack is 3.25. Which is this? 15. 7 times damage? Do I have bombs by any chance? I do have some bombs. Hopefully I have. So 2.25. So this is 3 times damage then. Yeah, so this is 3 times damage. Damage 3x. 3 times damage per cannonball. Damage 3 times. Cooldown around 3 seconds. After and cooldown starts on Sugar Crash. Okay. Next. Pretty bad though. Tomb Racer. So this one affects basic. Oh my god, look at that range. What is this range? What the hell? Look at that range. Like it's hitting like over here. Okay, so it's roughly around here is what it's hitting. So we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 block range basic. And the standard 4. That's insane. Does it apply with Banshee's Boon? No, it does not. No, actually, it does apply because Banshee's Boon decreases your range. But it makes you Banshee's Boon makes your basic attack just weaker. Yeah, this actually makes your basic attack stronger and with more range. Let me just go a little bit faster. Parasol, Tomb Raisers, Parasol, Soul, basic attack, increases damage and range. Damage to around 2x, I would say. And range to around 7 block. Next, this one's easy. And it's a 7 block radius. 7 block. 7 blocks radius. Is that is a pretty big distinction. Anyways, you, Ref, create an explosion on top of you. God damn, that explosion is insane. It gives some pretty good burst. Because the explosion is extra damage, if I recall correctly. This Bulwark Patch already does pretty good damage already, but the reason is like it is super slow. So we don't know. Let me. The explosion was. What? Because that is terrible. That is like 1x. Yeah, that is like. There's like 1 times damage. Okay. It's like one, like maybe 1.1 times damage. Yeah, that is like 1.1 times damage. Revs. Explosive shield. We're going to click into this right here. Very hopeful that, yeah, no. I mean, technically, yes, every character got a buff because of Rush Escape. Rush Escape is insane. But yeah. That Timer did not receive any changes per se in the hidden effect. The new hidden effect sucks so bad. It's super bad. Explosive shield is bulwark bash. Creates explosion. Let's see how much radius. 3. Probably roughly around 3 blocks, maybe. It's 4. 4. Still hitting. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 blocks. 4 blocks. There is explosion. 4 block radius. Approximately 1.1x damage. It's awful. I mean, it's extra damage for Bulwark Bash, but 1.1x is like, it's so underwhelming considering the ability is already pretty underwhelming. It doesn't seem to have like a cooldown. Let me check on patch notes. It says like once every 3 seconds, so I had to check it out with Clashing, but I'm going to do that later. I don't think that's worth checking out. Yeah. Like, I was somewhat hopeful because even though like it is damage over time usually is not really good. But I was like, yeah, at least extra damage for basic. Maybe. But when I saw that damage is a joke. It must be a typo or something in the code or whatever, because 0.05 times damage every single second, that seems like a joke. I would assume they try to make it like 0.5 every second. It's still, that would be pretty bad, even if it does critical, like it does crit, but it's still not good. That's not really good. Neon Ninja, the Neon Ninja one is so bad. From what I can tell, like right here. When I read Bulwark Bash. I imagine all shot at that strategies by Red Spear. I don't know. I don't think so. Like I don't think it changes anything with like doing that, like going on and off with the spears. I believe that got removed completely. Because if I recall correctly, like right now, that only triggers if you move. Because they added a cooldown behind the spears for that particular reason. And the Bulwark Bash is this ability, the Shield Bash. It's not the spear, not the spear. It only removes the cooldown on Bulwark Bash, so it doesn't do anything for the spear. I don't think it skips the recovery animation. I think it just removes the cooldown entirely. Because even with class gem, the class gem bulwark badge is 1 second cooldown. So I think it just removes that. It allows you to just do the shield a little bit quicker, but doesn't allow you to just keep, because from the looks of it, it seems to be like once every 3 seconds to remove the cooldown entirely. It's pretty eh. It's like pretty eh. Therefore, that I need to check out like with classroom, but I don't think it's just going to allow the ref to just keep just going crazy, just spamming left and right with the shield. I don't think it's going to do that. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let me just remove you with, let me just put Chrono. Let me just get rid of you, the energy. How much energy do you even get? What the hell is that? Okay, hold on. What do you get from this? You get energy regen by any chance? I deactivated the ult. Thank you for getting. That's so ass. I don't even want to just write it down. It gives like a burst. It says right here that it gives like a burst of energy. You and nearby ally receive bursts of energy during the duration of final technique. Like what kind of energy, bursts of energy are we talking about? Max energy, energy regen. Oh, I see. Yeah, it just gives like a little. It just gives like a little bit of boost of energy. Yeah, just like energizing ring or the. It's literally just that. The energy, yeah, it's literally just that. Like I can barely tell when I was just recovering energy. So normally, for that I need to remove my energy regen weapon. I think it's more noticeable without energy regen weapon. That you can actually just see the energy just recovering right there. It like does little skips every single time that it does. It does that. Like you can see. See? That's what it does. Okay. Pretty terrible. It gives like what, like 5% energy every single time. Neon Ninjas Conduit. Neon Ninjas Conduit. Ult gives 5% energy. Approximately. Let me just put approximately 5% energy. What did you say? Like once every 3 seconds? Oh, like 1/3 of a second. Jesus Christ. 5 a.m. 3 times per second. 3 times per second for the whole ult duration. You and nearby players. Yeah, that live stream, like I just mentioned, they're obviously not used to doing content creation or just doing presentations, so it was just a little bit slow. on the presentation. Not only that, like some of the explanation were kind of eh. Like I wasn't expecting, you know, professional. Like I'm not even. I don't even consider myself a professional when it comes to explaining stuff. But I feel I can. I feel I can do a better job than what we saw right there. But obviously, I've been doing commentary for more than 7 years, so at least I'm used to doing that. Especially if you give me a script, I'm used to doing it. But a live stream is completely different. If I don't put them too much at fault, at least I'll just throw them a bone for that. But at the same time, it was kind of rough. That stream was just a little bit rough. Anyways, next up is Gravity Well. So Gravity Well applies when you use this. It pulls all enemies around you. How is the range? Oh my god, I just killed that enemy from all the way over there. What the hell? It just hits enemy from like 7 million miles away. And it pulls all enemies like immediately. But it seems to have like a 30-second cooldown if I recall correctly. Yeah, this effect only can happen once every 30 seconds. So it just gives like a pull effect. I don't know, like that is really bad. God damn, that is horrible. Would you end a crush? Yay! Right, just yeah. That thing tends to happen quite a lot. Yep. That is more like a yep moment. Yeah, that does happen. Especially with like stuff like the Vanguardian, for example. They didn't ever mention this ability or the changes. That's one thing that I was like, dude, talk about that, please. Anyways, Luna Lancer, what was the gravity pull? Pulls all enemies in like a 5-6 block radius. Luna Lancers. What is the name of this stupid ass ability? Gravity Well. Gravity Well. Lunar Leap and Lunar Slam. Pulls all enemies in a 5 approximately 5 block radius. I don't know if the exporting is working. Maybe. I haven't tried that in a while. You have to check that one out yourself. On a 30-second cooldown. Next is Ice Age. Ice Age was Frozen Tempest. So Frozen Tempest gives a movement speed buff. when you use it. What the hell? Wait, so you move... Why does it say that you move I'm moving like 112 movement speed? Oh, probably because I was... Yeah, Vampire Vanquisher was proccing. Well, that's just interesting. So... Okay. So let me just explain this ability. So how this ability seems to be working right now, it doesn't proc when you activate the ability. It seems to proc when you hold down the ability. When you're doing this animation right here, that's when you get the movement speed buff. Now the big question is, like, is it well, it is percentage based. Let me just get the bar sub right here. %. So it seems to be not total movement speed, not a total movement speed increase, just a standard movement speed increase. God damn, the range is ridiculous. What the hell? What is the range of this ability? And oh my god, I need energy regen. Do I have any... or whatever. Let me just get the enchanted forge. Get some PR. Right there, whatever. Give me some energy regen. Thank you. That range is ridiculous, by the way. And it costs so much energy also. That is a lot of energy cost. That's like regular ice crash. This ability costs like not a lot of energy. Right, the regular ice crash, like this one. It costs like, look at the amount of energy that it costs, like very, very little. Where is my ring? And this one costs like 40% of my energy. So it might cost like maybe in the 50s because I got 108 energy. So maybe it might cost close to 50 energy instead of like 15 energy, which costs normally. Ice Ages of Frozen Tempest. I don't know how I feel about this. This is an interesting one, I will say. Ice Crash. This is an interesting one, but what is the damage looking like? Okay, never mind. Okay. I see. I still don't have a cell assembly. So the movement speed still applies? Yeah, the movement speed still applies. It's a channeling ability. Doesn't even... It doesn't say it's a channel ability. I don't know if it crits. Hold on. I'm not seeing any crits though, either. I'm 48%, so it should easily be at least a crit over here. But I don't think it crits either. A good thing that now, I think that was autocorrect, but I can actually now see if it autocorrected. while you were trying to just type in. A good thing with that. Anyways, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing any crits either. That's an interesting look. It doesn't do any damage either. It does less than 1 times damage from the looks of it. Channeling ability that costs approximately 50 energy. Three times per second. No, twice per second, because it seems to be like 2 times per second. 2 times per second. Like essentially half a second of damage over time. Damage less than 1. Less than 1. Less than 1x. No crits. No crits, question mark. Parenthesis, question mark. Doesn't seem to be doing any crits. Range is a lot. It doesn't matter. If it's not critting, that is pointless. It gives a 40% movement speed increase though, but at that point just use rush escape that gives exactly the same movement speed. Range more than 8 radius. Movement speed plus 40%. And it slows nearby enemy. I would assume it's like half movement speed, similar to like passive. Slows enemies. Maybe minus 50% MS. The fact that it doesn't crit and it costs so much energy is kind of ass. If an ability, I've already checked Shadowhunter. I will write down the Shadowhunter soon. But yeah, Shadowhunter is just changes this ability into this that applies another damage over time. This one does crit. And it automatically just gives Shadow Mark. This one is pretty good considering the Shadowhunter doesn't have any good hidden effects. This might be the best Shadowhunter that can have because it's really fast and no one pretty much uses the Shadow Seeker, so this one automatically just spawns Shadow Seekers. Like, just like so. So this one just technically just gives more DPS for the Shadowhunter basic attack. So this one is good. This one is pretty good. Maybe the best that the Shadowhunter has, but that's not a high bar because now the Shadowhunter hidden effects are great. Like the old ones. And this one cannot use Rush Escape, and the only replacement for Rush Escape is Casual Escape, which essentially what it does is it doubles the duration of your dodge, which is already 8-second no cooldown movement speed buff. So what's the point in just having 16 seconds? Dude, this controller is so bad right now. The controller is just being so bad. And I already checked like Rush escape with the Shadow Hunter, it doesn't stack. So, but yeah, Shadow Hunter replaces Shadow Seeker with Dread Arrow. Shadow Hunter's Dread Arrow applies a damage or a dot. The dot doesn't do a lot of damage either. What is my basic attack damage? What is my basic attack damage? But I have Soul Soap. Let me just get rid of Soul Soap. 3.6, 2.08, so that's roughly around 1.5. Not gonna do the testing and checking like potential damage. Approximately 1.5x damage, 2 times per second. How much does it last? This doesn't seem like 2 times per second. This seems like once every like 0.8 seconds. Around 0.8. It's less than 2 times per second. Wow. Timer seems to be around 10 seconds as well. Do every approximately 0.8 seconds or 10 seconds. Does not seem to have a cooldown. No cooldown. Also applies Shadow Mark. Does it go through blocks by perchance? It does not. It's weird because pretty much everything for Shadow Hunter goes through blocks. It seems to slow enemies down because it gives this effect. It snares. Let me go into U9 or something like that. Because snares, to me, snaring is the enemy cannot move but can still attack. So just like Neon Ninjas, the Stasis Blade. I need to have like an enemy that moves around quite often. But like the effect that I'm seeing is like the slowing enemies down. No, the enemy can move. It's just slowed down. It's not a complete snare. But the enemy like literally barely moves. Ow. So enemies just moves really, really slowly. Slows enemy down approximately 80% movement speed. It's like really like a lot. Enemies like barely move. And automatically spawns seekers. Automatically spawn one seeker. And you get it. What is the damage output though? I need to double check on that. On the Seeker. Okay, so let me check. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, what am I doing? $8.1. I need another ring. Physical damage ring. I need one Seeker. Okay. Only one time that doesn't crit. Okay, can you crit? Can I get one crit? Wanted to see if it is the same damage. 7.7. It's roughly around the same as one Seeker damage. Let's see too. 9.9. Yeah, it's like a little bit more than just one. .08. Let me check the damage. Okay. Just a little bit more. Yeah, it's around 1.5. How much damage was one Shadow Seeker? I forgot. Like one Shadow Seeker seems to. I forgot that the one Shadow Seeker is like. Is it 3.5? 4.5? Let me double check. Because I know I did it on my Shadowhunter video. Consistent. Yeah, Mr. Consistent. Shut up me. Right, I think is it 3 or 4.5? Don't remember. Double check. Either way, it's like 0.25 more than one Shadow Seeker. All right. Okay, so that seems to be like Dread Arrow. Like it automatically spawns the one Seeker. It doesn't allow you to get more than one. Like it automatically just spawns. Like it seems to be like roughly the same as one Seeker damage. I don't think it's like a little bit more. I think it's the same. I think the damage that I just seen right there was with the Shadow Mark extra damage. I think it's just the same as one Seeker damage. It's like 1.3 to 1.5, yeah. That's what I've noticed. Like 1.3 to 1.5 every 0.8 seconds, give or take. Like I don't think it's every second. I think it's a little bit faster than every second. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It's still really low. It's really low. I mean, it's the best that Shadowhunter has at this point. Like Shadowhunter doesn't have any good hidden effects, and it cannot use Rush Escape. So at this point, it's your only. It's like Shadowhunter's only option. None of the other abilities are great. Tactical Seekers is just buggy as hell, and the other two just suck. Anyways, moving on. Wild Pulse. So this is another channeling ability. Which it does. This is. I don't even want to check. Look at the damage, by the way. 75. 75k. Okay? I'm doing 18k. 56,000 on crits. This basic attack does 1 times damage. I don't think this basic attack got buffed in any way. I think this is still a 1 times damage basic. I don't think this is a 2. I don't remember this being a 2. I think this is a 1. Yeah, this is a 1. This is a 1 times damage basic. And this... So what would you prefer? Holding down basic attack or doing this? Okay. Though a lot of these numbers are just so sad. I'm just gonna be so real with you. How much damage is that? Okay. Yeah, so essentially 1 times damage per second. Does have range. Woohoo. Does have the range, but okay. Let's write that down. Chloros Wild Pulse. Green Gatling. Replaces Green Gatling with an AoE that does 0.25 approximately 0.25 times damage 4 times per second. Does the old buff it? Let me check. No, it doesn't. Radius of more than 8. Range radius. Range radius of more than 8 blocks. Doesn't get buffed with ult. How much energy does it even cost? I cannot even tell. They should honestly just put the numbers right here on energy, or they should just straight up put in the energy cost on stuff. I swear to God. Like it took me 10 ticks, so I would say roughly 12 energy. maybe 10 to 12 energy. 10 to 12 energy per tick. Right. Next. That is awful, by the way. Exactly 12. Yeah. Figured as much. Alright, you. Do you have... like 5? Did you? Hold on. Got 2. Okay, this ability is not working. This ability is not working. I think it was not working. Oh, you have... What do you mean? What the hell is that? Is it sometimes? Isn't like literally when it hits an enemy, so oh, so I had to literally hit an enemy. I literally need to know how to read. That's what I need to do. Okay. You can it doesn't activate just randomly. You have to hit an enemy with Spitfire. It doesn't replace it, it just enhances Spitfire. This is interesting because you can technically just shotgun blast it, especially on bigger bosses. Like you can just literally just go and shotgun blast it like this. And similar to what would you do normally with Shadow Seekers. If Shadow Seekers are not working, you can still miss it. But even if like 5 of these are just hitting, like yeah, you had to hit it directly. And if you want this ability to proc really well, you need to be like essentially on hugging distance, because otherwise, like you're going to miss like all of your projectile. I mean, this is good because it at least gets extra damage to Spitfire, and it seems to be roughly 5 hits instead of like the regular 3. It doesn't seem to be like that much different. Like it seems to be roughly around. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be like the AoE. Like you cannot throw it down right next to the enemy and get the proc. It literally is only direct hit. Okay, move on. Draco's split fire. Spitfire. When you directly hit with Spitfire, this procs. This. When you hit directly with Spitfire, you spawn, I believe it was 10 projectiles. If I recall from the Death livestream, I think it was 10 projectiles. I think it was 10 projectiles in total. Yeah, and if I recall correctly, like... No, that's the Neon Ninja. I don't remember which character it was. If it was this one, the Neon Ninja that works on even on bombs. I think it was the Neon Ninja. But it's like 5 hits and you get it like pretty easily. Like you can get 5 hits rather easily. Like it's not that big of a deal. Like normally it's 3 hits if I recall. And this also fogs on burnt offerings. Yeah, so You also get them from burnt offerings, and since you will be spamming burnt offerings like crazy, you are going to get the extra damage from the Spitfire. So this is just a straight up buff. This is a good one. This one is a good one, even though the projectiles are pretty inaccurate. It doesn't matter because it's just extra damage. And you can just keep going crazy. Yeah. so so if you do have like a lot of enemies constantly hitting, and you can go crazy. Rico has some pretty disgusting ability. Like, but yeah, you can get like quite a lot of them like, really easily. Like this one is good. At least this one, there's at least a decent one. Like most of them, goddamn suck. How much do they do? So basic attack on Draco is, I'm drawing a blank. Is it 2? Is it 2 times damage? It got increased in one of the patches. I think it's 2. This basic attack I think is 2. Let me see. Or is it 2.5? I don't remember. No, it's 2.25. I believe it got buffed in the update that Neon Ninja got a front flip. Do I even have the notes for that update? It was 1.5 increased to 2.5. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it was 2.25. So 225, whatever. I always use multiplication, but whatever, it's the same thing. So 181, 185. So this roughly does around like the projectile. They seem to be doing, yeah, a little bit more, maybe 2.5. This one seems to be roughly doing 2.5 without counting the extra damage that you're getting from the passive, but I think it's doing like roughly 2.5 if you don't count passive. Because the extra 334 is the AoE from Spitfire, if I recall correctly. I'm getting. Yeah. So the white damage, the spawning like everywhere. It seems to be the 201k that seems to be spawning. That it seems to be the one. I'm doing, let's see, 2.1, 201. 201. 1878. To 2.75. 275. A little bit more. It doesn't seem that much different because my damage numbers are really low, but it's 2.75. Unless I am getting the extra damage from the passive, so it should be maybe a little bit less. So let me check. I need to just get one without the passive. Yeah, I needed to get one without the passive. So it should be like right around, yeah, around 2.3. No, because I'm getting 1.6, 165. So the 181 is with the passive. The 185 is direct damage. Because Spitfire does direct and AoE, the direct damage does roughly around the same as the whatever the hell it is, the basic attack right now. Trove. Exactly. 6.45. Yeah, the 2.3 times damage is the basic, the direct damage from Spitfire. So the 230 is the direct impact. The explosion, the projectile seems to be doing 2.75 or 275. Like the projectiles from split fire. Each of the projectiles. So that seems to be roughly what I'm getting. Damage approximately 2.75. Around you. Damage 2.75. It and doesn't seem to have a cooldown. No cooldown. That's pretty interesting. This one is good. Because especially if you can get yourself a bunch of enemies. Especially if people like are doing, let's just say, delves and they're pulling a lot of enemies. They can just go ahead and just keep going and attacking a bunch of enemies really quickly like this. Just keep spawning minions and then just keep going. It's similar to what they do with Ice Ages with Class Gen. I can see it with this. Especially with bosses put in a 1 by 1 and you're just essentially just shotgunning like this. You're going to be hitting a bunch of projectiles like this constantly. So I can see it I can see that for those type of content for people that do that. Maybe might replace Ice Age for some players because Draco does more DPS than Ice Age. Ice Age doesn't do a lot of DPS. It's just really good because of the class gem explosion. So this one could be interesting. This one is one to keep in note for a lot of people. Now this one, the mines, which is essentially Sun Snare from Shadowhunter, only much worse. Okay, what is the proximity radius? This is 3 blocks. This seems to be like a 3-block proximity radius, which is right around here. This is 3 blocks. You can see. Oh god damn it! I destroyed my personage. God damn it! Oh. I do this so often. But I don't put a purple block, whatever. Purple block. EP. Anyways, this is range 1, 2, 3, so it should be like right around here. This is range 3. This is where it's heading. Range 4 is like right here. And a little bit more like right around here. It seems to be having like the AoE to hit, like it's hitting. And that damage, I just saw 6,000 damage. That is absolutely pathetic, by the way. What is my magic damage? Okay, so he's yeah. So he's doing like what, 0.1? It's doing like 0.15 times damage. That is absolutely pathetic. Gunslingers, mine time. Blast jump. Approximately 0.15 times damage. What the hell were they thinking with some of this damage output? Like, genuinely. Look at this. Look at this damage. Like, 6,000. When I have this, what is it taking like damage from physical damage or something? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually just taking physical damage. You know what? Let me just put in Scorpius. It increases my physical damage. Now it has 6.3k. Oh my god, dude, you gotta be kidding me. I think it is increasing by physical damage. I think they messed that one up. I think they. Oh no, me joda. I think. I think they messed that one up. It's not doing 0.15. It's just doing approximately 1x physical damage. 1.15, like a 1.1x physical damage. Which I would assume is happened the same thing with Dino Tamer. Let me double check now with Dino Tamer again. I got 5k. Because Dino Tamer's also doing like such pathetically low damage. So I would assume, let me just put in Scorpius just in case. 6k. 12k. Yep, this one is doing like 2 times damage. 2 times physical damage. It's not doing 0.05. 2x physical damage. Okay. Now let me check Chloromancer, because it's another one that's doing pretty insanely low damage. 5k. 6k. And I'm doing 17. Again, let me reduce my physical damage. 17. Okay, let me put in. Where's my aviar? No, this one is doing magic damage. This one isn't doing this one is doing magic damage. This one is just pathetically bad. But this one is doing magic damage. Because if I put Scorpius, I lower my magic damage and I'm doing less. I put this one, I'm lowering my physical but I'm increasing my magic, but I'm doing more damage. So this one is doing the magic damage. But the other two, the one from Dino Tamer, I 11k, 12k with less magic damage, more physical. I think this one is supposed to be doing like 2 times damage. But it is applying physical damage instead of magic damage, which which seems to be the case also with Gunslinger. Which seems to be applying physical damage. You can see I reduced my physical damage to 11k, my magic damage. I'm doing 13k. If I increase my physical damage and lower my magic damage, I'm doing almost 15k. So, yeah, this one is applying physical damage instead of magic damage. I think they just copy pasted and just added physical damage to all of the classes. Anyways, let me just keep just up moving on. Like physical damage, range, proximity around 3 blocks, like 3 blocks. Block radius. And what was the next thing? 4-second cooldown per 5 stack. 4-second cooldown per stack. Okay. Next up is Bard. And I know Bard is pretty not interesting, it's pretty straightforward. Passion play. Bard. Passion play. Hold gives +1 melody on dodge. Once every 5 seconds. No, 5-second cooldown. Not once every 5 seconds, 5-second cooldown. But just to showcase it, when you activate your ult and you do a dodge, you're going to get 1 melody count. And it has like a 5-second cooldown. So you can just get a lot of those. But it sucks. This one is just terrible. It seems to have a cooldown. Oh yeah, it just said 5-second cooldown. What the hell is wrong with me? 6 in the morning. Cut me some slack. Anyway, that one is just absolutely terrible. This one we got showcased the blink. FP's blink. Regular blink. Doubles the range. It's pretty straightforward. Again, this one was showcased on the dev stream. Yeah, you can just essentially go crazy with teleporting with blink. It increases the range from 8 to 16 blocks. God damn. 16 block teleport. 16 blocks. A 16 block teleport. Yeah, Fae Trickster receives some interesting, like pretty insane buffs. The only thing that I don't like too much is like the slow fall. I mean, you can cancel out with doing a dodge, thank God. But some of those buffs that the Fae Trickster receive are pretty insane. Fae Trickster right now is the fastest non-buff class in the game. Sounds stupid, but yes, it is. That's the case. Fae Trickster is surpassed Luna Lancer as the fastest unbuffed class in Trove, which is pretty insane. And I believe the basic attack got increased from 6.5 to 7.5, if I remember the numbers. But that's just the new basic attack damage. And the jump height obviously got increased on levels. Now Fae Trickster, this is without Repel Rune, is what is it, like 1, 2, 3, like 4 blocks, like double jump. Yeah. Does it cost more energy by any chance? This seems to be costing quite a bit of energy. Good rough lesson. It might be my imaginación. Yeah, it is pretty insane. Like I can see like a few people using Fae. I don't think a lot of people will end up using the character a whole lot, if I'm being honest. I think people are going to start using the knight for a little bit, find out that the momentum shift is really not that great, and then go back to using boomerang. I just know that. I can just already smell that from a mile away. People are going to go like, oh yeah, now you can get movement speed without activating your ult. And once you break down the number, it's like, oh nah. The movement speed that you do get with momentum shift is like roughly the same as overcharge. And the damage that you do get on ult is just so pathetically bad that it might as well just not even be worth it. Like it's going to be there, but at that point just use rush escape. It's going to be way better. Probably. Yeah, nice win. Yeah. It gives instead of just focusing that being a focus on like, damage output, like giving quite a bit of damage momentum shift but no movement speed, then I can see some people using it. But the damage is so low and the movement speed is like roughly the same as overcharge, and at that point it's like you're not going to see that much difference between momentum shift and overcharge. And same way like the damage over time on DT, because yeah, net and you have minions and you have a bunch of stuff. Like there isn't a lot of things that just help out the character's weaknesses in certain ways. Anyways, let me just go and finish off the rest of the classes, which is Soul. Solarian is relatively interesting. Not really. What it essentially does is nearby enemy deaths grants divine radiance, which is right here. How much is it? I don't know. And I don't know how the close proximity is. Oh, it is like barely anything. Good to know. Like you can barely even notice it. It doesn't seem to have a cooldown. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a cooldown. But it doesn't grind that much anyways. At that point, if you want Divine Radiance, just use Guiding Light and you're going to get a lot of it. So, this one is Divine Touch. Soul's Divine Touch. Passive. Grand. Like you can get so much Divine Radiance already. Like I can just kinda see it. Not really. Like in many cases, would you rather just spend on that or just spend it or just get one ring with Rush Escape and just equip it with this character? Because from what I've noticed is that Rush Escape, you don't even need to have a ring particular for that particular class. Like I have Rush Escape like right here, and I can just go, oh yes, I wanna use Soul with Rush Escape, and I can just literally equip it, the one from the night, and it still applies. Like I'm still getting the buff. So there's no point in just going so crazy and just getting a specific prime loop when you can just use one ring and just get a essentially the Shadowhunter buff, 40% movement speed buff on every class. There are some good options like Draco, for example, but would you take that over a non-cooldown 40% movement speed increase? Like for the many of the abilities? Not really. That's why Rush Escape is like really strong, like really, really strong. So this one just grants like very little divine radiance when nearby enemy dies. Okay, I just have to write it down. That is the last class is Vanguard. Another class that has just pretty horrendous stuff. Okay. This health regen. And let me just wait. Oh no. What is it? What was it? It was debilitating health regen. 103. That's 1k base, right? That's 1000 plus 50%. That is on health regen. Vanguardians. What's the name of the ability? Uncanny balance. Force, flash, and fired up. Brands plus 1000 base health regen and plus 50% bonus percentage of regen. Stability, what was it again? I think it was 464 60%, 964 60%, so plus 500 base stability, plus 500 base stability. Okay, let me just activate my range mode. Go into range mode. Assume it is the same. So in range mode, my stability is 464, 10%, and 3%. 53, 1K, 964, same. Okay. The same for both, so it doesn't change. But yeah, that's every hidden effect, right? Let's see. I wrote down all 18, I believe. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Got all 18 classes. At least all the 18 hidden effects. I did the testing on all of them. I've been here for 4 hours. And I also checked a little bit of the other classes. Okay. All right. So, finishing, not the finishing touches, but some of my end opinions on some of the hidden effects. And I will be going in order from the classes that I have right here because it's the same classes that I have on my list. All right. So first class was the knight, which got momentum shift. So essentially, what momentum shift does is it will replace your ult, and that ultimate ability is going to grant you some physical damage, attack speed, stability, and energy regeneration when you activate it. And when the ultimate ability is not active, you get an extra movement speed and health regeneration. When the ult is active, you gain 10% in bonus percentage in physical damage. By the way, 10% bonus percentage is, if you're checking the stat, is bonuses. It's the one that says bonuses. That grants 10%. So it's 10% of your base damage. And that's it. That's the only damage increase that you get. So essentially, just like half of an animated jug. That's what you get. The attack speed increase that you do get is plus 10 base attack speed, and then an extra 10% bonus percentage. So you get plus 10, and then you add an extra 10% on top of the plus 10 base. The stability that you get is plus 200 stability, and then 25% into the bonus percentage. And energy regen, you get a plus 8 energy regen. Plus 8. Yes, 8. And then bonuses in, like, I literally went for like 334, 342, I think it was. But yeah, plus 8 energy regen, and a bonus 2.5% in the energy regen. Where the hell is it? Like here. Not here. Where's energy regen? Here. So an extra 2.5% in plus 8 base. When you don't have the ultimate ability active, your movement speed is increased by 10, and then an extra 10%. The music got cut off. Oh my god, the music just ended. Sorry about that. I wasn't hearing it. Alright. Anyways, let us continue. So yes, movement speed of plus 10 and then 10% extra. And then the health regeneration that you do get is 3500 increase at 3500 base and then 15% increase in bonus percentage. And that's how, the amount of stats that you do get. In other words, you gain pretty low damage, barely any attack speed. I mean, 10%, it may seem like a lot, but it's easy to reach max. Okay stability, that you can easily just get more from other stuff. And you get more stability from the regular ult, by the way. Just saying. And energy regeneration, you barely get anything, and you're barely even going to notice it. The movement speed that you do get is like not that much. Plus 10 base is really not a lot. And then 10%, depending on how much it is, that the 10% could easily be, it's essentially half of the Bard subclass, if you want to put it like that. It's half of like tier 9 Bard sub. Health regen 3500 is not that much, and who cares about health regen and the 15% there? Who cares about that? But yeah, that's the knight. The knight's hidden effect looks good on paper, but it's really not that great. It's like, at best, just slightly better than Overcharge. But for the most part, it's just equal to Overcharge. And in a lot of cases, yeah, it's, I would probably say it's like around the same as Overcharge in terms of how good it is. Which is not bad. Overcharge is really strong. Like, Overcharge is really, really good. So this is going to replace Overcharge if you want to go with a hidden effect that is not the old ones, or not Rush Escape. If you're not going Rush Escape, then this is obviously the best one for the knight, but it's really not that strong as a lot of people make it out to be. Now, the Boomeranger one surprised me, not gonna lie, which is pretty ridiculous. So Boomeranger got Foulmancy, and what it does is when you kill an enemy, you have a chance of spawning a minion, a chicken. And from what I've noticed, it's like pretty high percentages, like 20-30% chance of spawning a minion. So the chances seems to be like roughly pretty good. And the damage on the minions is like half of the class gem minions. So the class gem minion do 9 times damage. That is 4.5 times damage, which is quite strong. They do last for well over a minute. So they last for a long, long time. They don't seem to have a cooldown on spawn, and you can have up to a maximum of 6. And the minion limit is separated from the classroom. So you can have 6 from that and 6 from the classroom. And they do have the same attacks per second as the regular minions. So this one is pretty surprising, the one from the Boomeranger. Another pretty good Boomeranger hidden effect. That's what? All of them? All of the Boomeranger hidden effects are pretty good in their own way. When the weakest one is Blast Bow, you know that you have a really good set of hidden effects. And that's because Blast Bow got nerfed like hell. Now, I cannot say the same thing with the Pirate Captain. Sorry, Pirate Captain mains out there, or Pirate Captain enthusiasts. The hidden effect is quite possibly the worst, or it could be one of the worst in the game. And I'm not talking about the new ones, I'm talking about in general. Like, this is one of the worst abilities in general. What it does is essentially makes your pretend pirate into the diffuse dummy, where it essentially makes it so that it costs less energy, but the drawback is like it no longer detonates, it no longer does damage. So it doesn't do any damage, but it costs less energy. And the ability wasn't already pretty good in the first, like, the ability was pretty in the first place, and this makes it even worse. This is a disgusting ability. Dino Tamer got a damage over time on the basic attack on Primitive Toxin. So when you hit an enemy with the basic attack, you're going to apply a damage over time. The damage over time seems to be like every second, and it doesn't seem to have a cooldown, so you can keep constantly refreshing. It does crit the damage over time, by the way, but unfortunately the damage is really really low because they forgot that this class was magic damage, so they put in the damage multiplication for physical damage. So this ability is currently doing physical damage instead of magic damage. It's doing 2 times your physical damage when it's supposed to be doing 2 times your magic damage. So the damage over time currently right now is 2 times physical damage, so it's pretty much practically doing nothing. But more than likely, hopefully, it gets fixed. And despite that, there's really not that great. Like 2 times damage multiplier per second. And it doesn't apply instantaneously. So if it applied like immediately when you hit and then it just started applying the damage over time, then I can just see it being like pretty good because it means that your initial basic attack is going to be doing a lot more damage. But unfortunately, it just applies like when you hit and then applies after a second. And if you are strong enough, especially doing dungeons, then you should be killing an enemy before 1 second. Or by the time that 1 second rolls around, that you should already be either almost killing, if not, the boss should already be dead. So for the most part, it's not going to apply a lot of things. So yeah, that was Dino Tamer. Currently is not bugged, but the damage type is incorrect. The Candy Barbarian is the one that got shown in the dev stream. So what it does is when you do Sugar Crash and then you do a Vanilla Swirlwind shortly after, that you have to be relatively quickly, that you cannot throw this and then just wait a little bit and then just throw it down because it's not going to work. And you have to be fast, essentially, if you wanted the ability to proc. And it seems to have like roughly around a 3-second cooldown, give or take. That you cannot. Oh, I got 2 of them immediately. But it seems to have like, for the most part, you're going to throw 1 of them. And the damage seems to be roughly 3 times your coefficient. So 3 times damage. And the cannonball can hit up to 5 enemies. So 3 times damage. A little bit less than your basic. So it's okay, but it's not going to overthrow Spin to Win. Like in the slightest. The Tomb Raiser got Parasol, which it pretty much just enhances your basic attack, makes it into like an insanely high radius. Like, look at this. I'm hitting target dummies from all the way over here. That is disgusting. It seems to be hitting like all the way like around here, with pretty likely that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 block radius, like 7 block range basic attack. Normally it's 4, normally it's right around here. So that is the normal basic attack range on Tomb Raiser. It goes all the way over here, and it makes it into a radius basic attack, so you don't have to aim precisely. So just like Banshee Spoon, and it also increases your damage output on your basic attack. So the basic attack damage seems to be right now 2 times damage with this hidden effect. And Tomb Raiser normally is 1.5. If I recall. Or 1 times damage and Banshee Spoon is 1.5. Regardless, this is 2 times damage with this hidden effect. It essentially just makes your basic attack into AoE destruction with insane range. It's a good one, but it's also, there's skill Bickle split if you want DPS, or even better if you want speed farming, just go rush escape. But if you want the extra damage, you can have that. Now Rev has the explosion from this the Bulwark Bash. So whenever you use Bulwark Bash, you're going to create an explosion. The explosion radius seems to be at around 4 blocks. So right around here is the maximum range that you should be able to hit enemies. And the explosion damage seems to be roughly around 1.1 times damage. It also, like, if nearby enemies die, you can reset the cooldown of Bulwark Bash, and it applies once every 3 seconds. So if you activate this and then you kill an enemy, then you have Bulwark Bash and you can do it again. It's on a 3-second cooldown. It's okay. It increases the damage of Bulwark Bash, which already does like 10 times damage, and the AoE explosion makes it to like 11 times damage for the most part, which is okay. It's not great. I don't think it's going to overthrow Speed Pierce or Rush Escape. Neither of those two. Next up is Neon Ninja. So Neon Ninja is also another one that is pretty eh. So what it essentially does is, I would like to call it more like the reverse Banshee's boon. When you activate it, you're going to get that effect, which is essentially like, what is it, like the basic attack effect when you hit an enemy. Oh yeah, that effect, you're going to get it, and what that essentially does is it gives you a percentage energy every single time that it procs, and didn't seem to proc right there. Okay, it does seem to last for the whole ultimate ability duration. So if I activate it right there, you can see my energy just recovering really quickly, and I don't have any energy regen equipment on me. So that's what it essentially does. And it also gives that same buff of energy to other players, which is, again, pretty bad. All of the Neon Ninja's hidden effects are pretty bad. Use Rush Escape, honestly. Especially with this class, I would go crazy. Especially with front flip. Front flip Rush Escape plus 90%. That sounds stupid. Neon Ninjas are going to go fly. What is the next one? Lunar Lancer. I can just go in this order. What the hell am I doing? Lunar Lancer. So Lunar Lancer, what it does is when you activate Lunar Leap or Lunar Slam, which is this ability both on regular and your ult, you're going to pull all enemies around you. The radius seems to be roughly like around this distance, which is roughly around 5 blocks. Roughly around 5 blocks in radius pull, and it pulls immediately, but it has a 30-second cooldown. This ability sucks. Yeah, just keep using it for speed. It's just the best one. Ice Age has Frozen Tempest, which it doesn't explain, but this is a channel ability. And what it does, it replaces your Ice Crash with Frozen Tempest. It gives you movement speed when you hold down the ability. And yes, the movement speed is 40%, and only, like, the movement speed is always active when you hold down the ability. So you can just keep running around like this with a 40% movement speed increase. Like this. SH do be looking crazy, but at that point, if you want 40% movement speed with no energy cost, Rush Escape literally gives you the exact same movement speed and doesn't cost any energy. And you don't have to be just standing there looking like this. Which you cannot use your basic attack, which Ice Age has the advantage where the basic attack doesn't lower movement speed. So what's the point in just having that? Maybe just to look funny. Just seeing an Ice Age running 300 movement speed like this. That sounds funny, but outside of that, it's not that good of an ability. Also, a couple of things that I've noticed is, first of all, range is pretty ridiculous, obviously. Naturally, like I'm hitting enemies like all the way across the cornerstone. It's like 10 blocks. Like right here. I'm still hitting like right here. It's like 10 to 12 blocks. It's really, really far away. But the problem is it doesn't do any crits. Like with this Ice Age, I have 48% crit hit. So yeah, this ability doesn't do any crits. It's a channeling ability, so you hold down the ability button and it's going to keep doing damage until you run out of energy. But it seems to be costing like a lot of energy, like 50 plus energy per. And the damage is like really bad because it's less than 1 and it doesn't crit. Like 0.75. 0.75 with no crit. And obviously it also slows enemies down, but that's just Ice Age, and who cares about slowing enemies down? Next up is Shadow Hunter. Shadow Hunter has the dreads, the dread arrows, which is an arrow that you can just shoot it down. It replaces your Shadow Seeker. It will just throw down an arrow that applies the damage over time. The damage over time doesn't seem to be doing quite a lot of damage, roughly around 1.5 by the way. Every 0.8 seconds, give or take. Or 10 seconds, but the timer can easily be refreshed if you just hit with another one. It also costs quite a lot of energy, which a pain in the ass because Shadow Hunter Sunsnare also costs quite a bit of energy, and it is such a good ability in general. Especially if you're doing low portals. Like if you're doing low portals, you are going to be using this Sunsnare. Yeah. It also immediately applies the Shadow Mark just like Sunsnare. And the other little passive that it does is that it automatically just keeps spawning Shadow Seeker for the people who never use Shadow Seeker. I mean, this is I guess a big plus for you. Shadow Seekers are so good, but hey, at least you have something. It gives the extra damage for those who like hate using the Shadow Seekers in general. And the Shadow Seeker does the same as one extra Shadow Seeker. So it is good because the extra Shadow Seeker, at least one Shadow Seeker is going to buff the DPS on people who just strictly use basic attack on Shadow Hunter, which is okay. And you don't have any other option because you don't have Rush Escape. Chloromancer, what it does is this changes your Green Gatling for this garbage ass ability because it doesn't do any damage. It's a channel ability that costs around 10 to 12 energy, roughly around 12. I'm being more honest, like around 12 energy. It seems to be doing like 0.25 times damage, 4 times per second until you run out of energy. Doesn't seem to have a cooldown. You cannot use any other abilities because you're channeling. The radius on it is really far away. It seems to be roughly around 7 blocks. And yeah, that's it. Like I can see it just being, if it does a lot more damage, like at least 1 times damage per second, I can see this ability being pretty decent, at least on Kurt Skull. But 0.25, like 1 times damage multiplier per second is it's just so bad. It's really bad. Draco. Draco got a pretty good one. Split fire. When you hit an enemy directly with the Spitfire, you're going to apply that explosion or that AoE burst that does damage to all enemies around you. And you can essentially just chuck and blast. But each of the damage seems to be doing roughly around 2.75. And it's extra damage because the regular Spitfire is already doing damage. And it gives you some extra damage for Spitfire. It doesn't seem to have a cooldown, so if you can just keep hitting multiple enemies, then you can just keep spamming this ability like crazy. Also, the amount of hits that it requires, it got increased from 3, I believe, to 5. I believe it's 5 hits now instead of 3. Which is not that big of a deal because for the most part, it's pretty easy to hit 5 times in this game. Gunslinger spawns mines, which is essentially just on snare. Seems to be around a 3-block radius, or at least a 3-block proximity radius, 4 blocks in actual AoE radius, which is quite a lot. It's the same, around the same as Shadow Hunters. It's on snare. The damage seems to be, again, just like Dino Tamer, is doing physical damage instead of magic damage. And the damage is, if we're going based on physical damage, is 1.1. Roughly 1.1 times your physical damage, 1.4 times damage multiplier. You can have up to a maximum of 5 stacks, 4-second cooldown per stack. And it doesn't cost energy, so it's just stacks. That's it. And it has a, again, 4-second cooldown. But yeah, it replaces your blast jump, by the way. Hopefully, by the way, hopefully we get a mount on the Chaos Chest rotation. I've been sitting at like close to 1000 total mastery for the past 3 weeks because we keep getting like mega cores. And I really just want to get that over with. Bard is just pretty bad, which what it does is when you activate melody and you do a dodge, you're going to get 1 melody count. So you're going to get bonuses on melody counts once every 5 seconds on a 5-second cooldown. Don't even bother. If you want a better effect for the Bard, just use Musical Master, or even better, use Rush Escape. Like if you want damage, use Musical Master. If you want movement speed, just use Rush Escape. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Fae Trickster, it increases, pretty straightforward. It increases the range on Blink 2 times, so it doubles the range of Blink from 8 to 16 blocks, because also in this patch the Fae Trickster got buffed. The Blink got buffed from 6 to 8 blocks, and this will increase from 8 to 16. A 16 block teleport. Pretty nice. For those who like to spam Blink on Fae. Also, what the hell? Anyways. Vanguardian. Pretty terrible. Again. Use Rush Escape. Vanguardian got some insane buffs. Don't even bother with the hidden effect. Just equip it with Rush Escape and you're going to go crazy. Vanguardian is going to be really good for 5 farmings, by the way. So yeah. But yeah, when you activate either Fired Up or Force Flash, you're going to get 1000 base health regeneration and an extra 50% bonus health regeneration and 500 base stability. for both range and melee buff. That's the hidden effect. That's literally the uncanny balance hidden effect. Pretty ass. And then Solarian, what it does is when a nearby enemy dies, you're going to get Divine Radiance, which is this buff right here, the one that allows you to get more basic attack. Or, well, at least more arrow on the basic attack. And the amount that you do get is so little. It's like 5%. Like you can easily just use some guiding lines and then, yeah. And also, like, all of your damage over time and just go crazy. And you also have Prismatic Change, which already increases DPS, and it is already really good. And that's all of the changes. Well, not all of the changes, but at least all of the hidden effect. As far as the changes is concerned, the classes that got changed were Knight, which got a better dodge. Yes, Knight got a better dodge. You can actually just see it right here. It feels so good right now to do the Knight dodge, which is quite odd. It's still by far from the best dodge in the game. Let me just tell you that much. By far from the best. It still kills your movements, but it doesn't kill your movements with like that much. Especially if you apply a jump dodge, like you're not losing any movement speed. So now you don't need to do double jump into a dodge if you want to get all of those effects. Like look at this. It looks so cursed. With Rush Escape, you will finally see me around using my Knight. Well, sometimes. if we're talking about completing dungeons, yeah, sometimes honestly. If I'm being honest, I might still just end up just using Shadowhunter because range and can shoot through walls. But this might motivate me to just use the Knight a little bit more. Who knows? I might even just go with potentially just start grinding for Max Mystic if I have this. I don't know why, because I just enjoy running around like this like a maniac. I don't know. I might just give it a whirl. Yeah. So yeah, that's the Knight. The Bard. Oh yeah, the Bard. The Bard got a pretty interesting buff. Not been talked about a whole lot, but when you do a critical hit, you're going to do essentially like an AoE explosion. It seems to have like around a 3-5 second cooldown. I would say around 5 second cooldown. But that AoE explosion is pretty interesting because it gives you it's extra damage. I don't know if it crits. I don't think it does crit. I haven't seen one crit, so hopefully they just make it so that it crits. Because right now it doesn't seem to be critting. It seems to be 3 seconds of cooldown. But it doesn't seem to be critting the explosion, unfortunately. So if they make it so that it crits, the explosion crits, we could be looking at like some extra damage on basic attack, doing an extra 2 times damage. I believe it's like an extra 2x. extra 2 times, roughly, or like 2 to 2.1. Either way, like roughly, I'm giving a rough estimation, like an extra 2 times damage on your basic attack. Doesn't sound so bad. Bad thing is like 3 seconds of cooldown, but hey, it procs on crits. It is like 100% proc chances, so you're going to get the extra damage immediately, which can be pretty good, especially if you're running stage 2 basic. That means that you can just make your first basic attack do like 6.5. Can be pretty good with a speed farming bard. But yeah, those are the bard buffs, or buff, I should say, the only change. The Fae Trickster, like the one that got an increased jump height on levels 5, 10, 15, and 20. Well, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. And now it jumps maybe a little bit. I would probably say like around 5 blocks, like a little over double the amount. It also gains movement speed on the exact same level, like every 5 levels. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. And the amount of movement speed that you do get is plus 20. So Fae Trickster has a plus 20 movement speed by default on level 30, making the Fae Trickster the fastest character in the game. That was previously held by Lancer, which has had the plus 16 movement speed by default. Now it's Fae Trickster with plus 20. You also now have a slow fall, which you know how I feel about slow fall. I do not like it. Good thing is that you can easily just dodge with this. Can you blink? No, you cannot blink. So yeah, the good thing is that Fae Trickster's dodge is not slow in any way, so there isn't like that big of a deal. Well, it can be quite annoying sometimes, but you can easily just negate it with a dodge, which is a good thing. The basic attack got increased. I still haven't done full 100% testing, but the rough estimate was roughly around 7.5 times damage right now. While ego boosted, don't care about the non-ego boosted. You should always be ego boosted with the Fae Trickster. It seems to have like a bit of an AoE too. Like I'm shooting the one in the middle. It's hitting the other two in the side. I don't know. Pretty much, I'm sure that's always been like that, but it feels quite odd. You can just shoot from above, like, maybe like around a block and a half. A block in AoE. I don't know. Also, blink got increased from 6 to 8 blocks. That's the Fae Trickster buffs. The Vanguardian is the other one. The Vanguardian is so like. Be on the lookout for Vanguard. Okay, so yeah, like the Fae Trickster jump height, I believe is like pretty much like the same as Repel Rune. So I do have Repel Rune on this on my knight. So this is just Repel Rune jump. It goes a little bit above. And Repel Rune is like double jump height. A little over double. I'm pretty sure like Fae is like roughly the same. Yeah. It's the same as like Repel Rune. That's the Fae Trickster's jump height right now. Which you can see it right there. It says a 0, I believe it's a 0.33 jump strength. But it's like roughly the same as Repel Rune in terms of jump height. Anyways, Vanguardian. Be on the lookout of Vanguard for anyone playing or looking for a different character. Vanguard for 5-star. I can see a lot of people using this class. You know, for people that don't like the yeah, all of my characters are 30. I had to get them at least an extra paragon just for the ring effect, because you need to go to Longshade to get the mystic loop for every character. Which I've noticed that you don't even need to be 42,500 power, and you only need to be 30,000 power rank to actually just get the mystic loop on that character, which is interesting. You don't need the actual stat. You only need 30k. Very interesting. Anyways, Vanguardian. For anyone interested in Vanguardian, Vanguardian is a class that you need to look out for. Because, first of all, basic attack on melee, larger radius or larger range. Now 5 blocks in distance. Pretty interesting. Roughly around 5 blocks in distance. 4, more like 4. Used to be 3. Used to be like right here. Now it's here's like right here. But the first 2 can hit like up to 5 blocks. But if you want the uppercut, you need to be 4 blocks. Kind of strange, but and yeah, it seems to have like pretty good AoE as well. Like you don't yep, hitboxes are fun. For some reason it doesn't seem to be hitting pretty well like right here. It seems to be like hitting pretty well like more here. I don't know. Regardless, pretty good radius, much better range, and the basic attack on Vanguardian already is pretty strong. Which finally, did it finally get fixed, the damage? I need to see what is my crit. Please do a crit on the first 2 hits. 801, 801. It seems to... Now I'm determined to do a little bit less. I don't know. Because on live server, at least on Xbox, the damage didn't get increased. It seems to still be doing like the old damage that it used to have. Now it seems to be doing the proper 4.5. If that's the case, that's 4.5 times damage. That's a lot of damage from basic attack. It's not even slow. It's a 1.5 base animation speed, so it's like average speed, but damage is high. It no longer does I-beam, but who cares about I-beam when you have this? Ah yes, I am just hitting you from there. Yeah, Plasma Blast got changed from range mode to melee mode, and I-beam is now range mode. And Plasma Blast has way better hitbox than I-Beam because it's radius, I-Beam is direct. So you don't even need to aim properly, unlike I-Beam where you need to aim the enemy, which is not that big of a deal. But if you're doing something like Curse Skull, and if you have a bunch of enemies, you hit all enemies. It's just you don't even need to hit this enemy and then go over here, then go over here. No, just yeah, that's it. 7 times damage per explosion, Hadouken going crazy. I would say just slapping a double energy region, or at least one energy region is mandatory now. And then there is Force Flash, giving it the big sock. So Force Flash, it vacuums all enemies in a ridiculous radius. Like, the radius seems to be pretty redonkulous. Like, so we're talking there. That is an insane distance. And it's a really fast pull. Now look at that. Now we're talking maybe roughly 6 blocks in radius, in pole radius, which is a lot of range. And it's fast. It's a really fast pull. Like, it's not like really slow thing that drags into like enemies in. Like, I wouldn't even bother in range mode. Range mode, even though like a lot of things in range mode got buffed, fired up, now giving you like insane jump height, and I've been having like yes range, and you know, the range is just being yes. But for the most part, you will be using melee mode. Hey, how's it going? And in melee mode, you are going to be pulling enemies from pretty far away, very fast. You have insane AoE, which, let me see if I can just... I don't know if I can... Hey, look at that. I'm just hitting enemies all the way over there. That's just ridiculous. For a known cooldown, 7 times damage, AoE explosion, that's just pretty insane. And then Force Flash also got buffed. Now it grants a 40 movement speed increase and an extra 5% on top of the 40. So you get 40% more movement speed, and then you get an extra 5% on top of the 40%, 40 base. So you have Dino Tamer ult, plus you have the 5 extra movement speed, and since the hidden effect is pretty awful, you pretty much are going to be using Rush Escape. So for the most part, on Vanguardian, you will be running at 45% movement speed with an extra 40 base movement speed while doing a full-on soak to enemies with insane AoE and damage. AKA, you are going to be going crazy with Vanguard. Vanguard is, I'm telling you right now, Vanguard is good. It's going to be really, really good. If they don't change it, Vanguard is going to be really, really good for 5 farms. You can just do this and just activate Force Flash and just already right here, that's 2 movement speed increases. Like, look at this. My movement speed is 43. If I do a dash plus Force Flash with no movement speed buff, I got to 120. That's no buff. That's unbuff. That's no Pirates. That's no ally buffs. That's nothing. Not even like any gear. if I give this character like, and that was without trail as well, no trailblazing either. So if I just equip a bunch of like movement speed that, or at least as much movement speed as I can get, honestly. Do I even have a fist? I don't, but I can just get them really quickly. Hold on. God. Maybe, you know what? I'm very interested now in Vanguardian. My controller is kind of messing up, but I am going to try launch a grinding for a little bit. I don't even have a classroom. I don't even. I need to get a classroom. Where the hell am I putting this? I need to get myself a red classroom. Can I get a red over here? Anything? I have 45k, so I can more than likely get a melee fist. Hopefully. Like a T5 fist. And let me just get rid of all of these, honestly. Okay, get rid of you too. Get rid of you. Get rid of everything. This is just taking way too much of my inventory. Whatever. Don't care about the Phoenix mode. Don't care about you. And okay. And then see if I fish. Nope. I don't want to just open all of my boxes yet. Maybe if I want to use another character, I can do this exact same thing, and I don't want to just spend like an hour just opening or trying to get more boxes. You gotta be kidding me, this game. I'm currently on the test server. I cannot help anyone out there. Dude, my controller is messing up. It's so bad. Come on. Force. Love the C5 drop rate. There's one. And it's max health. Of course it is max health. It has to be max health. This game. Speaking of which, hold on. Oh, for the love of God, it's again Mega Core week. I'm never gonna get 1K. What the hell? I want a non-max health, like an attack speed or an energy regen, one of those two. Or movement speed. Attack speed, movement speed, energy regen. I don't mind either of those three, but max health is just like a joke, literally. And then I genuinely, can I get another C5 fist? Okay, I'll just open all of them. Just open all of them. If you want me to do that so badly, please do that. Ah, damn, dude. Whatever. You can easily just go back and just get more, but I didn't want to open all of them. Knowing my luck, I more than likely didn't even get another C5 fist. Okay, never mind. I did get another one. And it was it's an energy, really nice. So, excellent. Energy, regen, movement speed. Plasma blast going crazy. That's what I'm going to do. And let me also just get the notes in the star chart. Not attack speed. Yeah, movement speed. And speed stability. Do I have 100% crit? I do not. Need crit. Crit movement speed. Come on. No, crit attack speed. Crit movement speed. And I also need to get Maclastim. Movement speed. Let me also, where's my knight? You. I need Maclastim. To also upgrade this. Should have enough for upgrades, right? I have nitro. I'm pretty sure that the store you can get nitro. Easy master points. You can get nitro if I recall correctly. Yeah, gorgeous gear. And I had to just keep going back and forth and just keep buying this gorgeous gear over and over and over again. Because even on the test server, you cannot use the mark. Let's see. Okay. I need to do this roughly, I would say, maybe a couple, maybe like 8 times. I just keep going back and forth. This is what you have to do in order to actually just get materials in the test server. I'll probably just upgrade one more time. Here. Yeah, you can do this with also Gearcrafter's Vault. That's how you get C5s without having to grind like crazy. It's 25k. I don't want to do this more. Just want to test out. I just want to use the Vanguard. But first. Whatever. I need to look appropriate. Yeah, appropriate with this weird ass costume. There you go. Appropriate. Hashtag. There you go. Let me just get the classroom. Hopefully I can miss the classroom. Oh. Oh. Found it. Yeah, look. Not even Boop and Sweep buff, and I look at this Boop and Sweep. Do I have? I have Berserk Valor. I don't even have Vanquisher. I have Pirate this. This is without Vampire and Vanquisher. And with like a tier, what is it, like tier 1 Bard sub? Like my movement speed on Bard sub is like terrible. Really? Really? Oh my goodness gracious. And the I have my classrooms. I have my classroom. Where are my classrooms? I'm blind. Where are my class gyms? Where are my class? I have my classroom on the wrong spot. Classroom would be really helpful right now. It's just to reduce cooldowns for more Force Flash. Right, look at the tiny quest. And air gem and 2-star. Next. Head trail, what can I do? Head trail, chrono. The goddamn drive-by. That is so insane. and no crits. That's why I want the class. I can also just get some more crits and get to 100%. I'm not asking for much, just a Mystic Fire Gem. 3-star. Not even good stat, just at least a 3-star Fire Mystic. I don't think it even necessarily has to be a Mystic, but at least a 3-star Fire. It's a 2-star. And I believe that was water. Yep, it was a 2-star water. Next. Is it just me or this game looks like really dark? Like it looks really, really dark. On the Everdark. But it sounds dumb when I put it like that, but yes, it just... What the hell is going on? What is this? Halo Reach, Torch, Nighttime BS. I'm even looking at it on the stream and it's not even near how it looks here on my main monitor. There's a fire and it's a 2-star. God damn it, game. What is with this stupid 2-stars? Please. Why? Why do I never get 3-stars? I don't even have plus. I've been using all of them. At least let me equip the fire one. So at least I can get the effect. There you go, just to reduce cooldowns. I think I'm not even going to reduce cooldown because I will be one-shotting with one of these. That plasma blast is redonkulous. I'm not saying that is so stupid. Please. That's a 3-star. What are you? You're Mystic. And you're water. Hijo de tu madre. Ah, madre que te vuelva a parir, coño. Why? You were very close. Very, very close. Very close to being good. Would have been nice if I had like a replacement fire gem, but I don't. I don't have a replacement fire. Hence why I'm looking specifically for a fire. Holy, the speed. It's so disgusting. Mystic, water, 2-star. Why? Ay, Dios mío. Gotta love the Trove RNG, Jesus Christ. And this is why, like, I have like what? Like 2,000 class gem keys on my main account and I don't use it. Like, I can make 2,000 class gems and I don't use them whatsoever. Even though I need mystic gems on every single class. Well, not every single class, but a lot of the classes need a mystic class gem. Because of these. The fact that you essentially had to wait around a minute just to get one class gem. Mystic, 2-star, air. No, that was fire. And it was a 2-star. You piece of shite. Alright. Time to go. I don't even need good stats. All I need is a 3-star goddamn fire. I don't know if I have conversion. I don't know if I can get like Mystic Gen converter, but at least on the test server. Look at this Vanguardian just zooming around like a maniac. Police! Did I get another 2-star fire? Yeah, 2-star fire mystic. Gotta love Trove. I don't know why the 2-star power gem still exists in this game. Literally such a waste of time. I needed to get more into my muscle memory, just adding more dodges because of Rush Escape. That's what it is. Rush. Yes, finally. Holy macaroni. And this crystal. Don't care at this point. Just give me. I don't know if I can. Do I even have converter? Do I even have any conversion for Mystic? I don't. Can I even get them? Can you get them in here in the test, please? god. Test server and you cannot even test. Okay, let me level it up. I don't care. I forgot about the sparks. Oops. I forgot that. Just use all of my sparks like an idiot. 07. Oh. I don't have any. Whatever. I'm going to long shade. I have some 10th life, so I can power up still. Let me get rid of you and give me partial. Let me just put you. I don't need to put you, nor you. This one hurts. This one really hurts. Did I look like? No, I didn't look like the one that I have. This one really hurts. Being a 2-star mystic really hurts. 2-star mystic. Okay, so let me go gems. Let me. Okay. I might need to grind out some extra GM juice. Some extra GM juice. Right. Well, at least that will give me a proper excuse to use this character. Hey, bruh. Bruh. Hold on. Bruh. Okay. Whatever. Make a long shade fire. Having to grind gem dust on the test server is just diabolical work, but it gives me an excuse to test out this character. A long shade. My stats. I need to get more block. So I don't lose my. Oh, I have 102% crit hit. Let me just get block. So I just don't lose them. I have 100% crit hit. I need to. The hit detection is kind of awful, but has to be expected with this character. Sometimes the hit detection is like not on your favor. Just kill this enemy like through 2 walls. Do I have you give me crit damage? I just use a flare. You know what? I deserve that. That is just a slap in the. What the hell am I doing? I just use a flare, just be like, oh yes, you know, flare, remove, it changed stats. No, it changed pearls, idiot. Whatever. I can get more physical. Like crit damage. Wait, hold on. I'm pulling like a bunch of enemies. Good thing is... Oh, I noticed. I definitely noticed that real quick. You cannot do Plasma Blast while holding down basic. That is going to be very weird to get used to. That is similar to my attack speed is really bad. Attack speed is really bad. 184 makes sense. Yeah, my attack speed. I noticed my attack speed really, really badly. And I forgot to put in my star shard. No wonder. I am missing my star shard as well. I did say that I was gonna do it and I did not do that. Well, let me go back. Just get my star shard. Attack speed, movement speed, blast capacity. What is this one? Health regen, max health, blast capacity. Yeah, I can just get the tome so I can get another spear. I can lower my attack speed. No, not my attack speed, my crit hit. What would I even gain here? Okay, so I'm like at 12.5. Right. Yep. Let's go back into the fire world. I'm still sub 50k, so my damage is, into my light is relatively high. It's close to 13k. Damage is definitely not there. No matter which character I am using, the damage is not going to be there. It's still killing relatively quickly though, which is, that's the most insane part. His stats are not even that good. Oh, perfect. Look at that. That is the strength. Even when an awkward place like this one, that is quite ridiculous. Yeah, still not, doesn't even have the max out C5. Keith. Oh god. Doing the whole pulling thing. That is just so wild. And I don't even have blast. What the hell is wrong with me? Oh, oh, oh! I'm stuck. Oh, I know this glitch, and I know this very well. I know that glitch very well. That happens to the knight as well, and it is very annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying. Like it gets stuck in like a very specific animation. Like it does happen with the knight as well. Doesn't happen as often, but it does happen with the knight. And this is a thing that I have noticed with this character. A combination like of lag and the game like literally not working in general, with like a lot of ability to have really fast animation speed. Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous. Curse called this character is a maniac. Like I can see this character just going crazy for end game. Because this is not even a good representation of like a strong Vanguard. And I can assure you I have used an end game Vanguard at like close to 57,000 power rank. Or like over 57,000 power rank, and I can assure you it was just absolutely deleting everything. Yeah, the one in Curse Call is like the one that is just more surprising to me. It's a good thing because that's where the Vanguardian really lacked in Curse Call. It's so fucking ridiculous. That is so ridiculous, man. You know, I make an entrance and I make an exit. We do that. We do be playing like that. And I'm gonna do that dungeon. Oh, I need to get plenty of fire sparks so I can actually max out my class gem. Or at least get it to 30. Which is what I want. The fact that that damage is without martial, that is ooh la la. Because I'm not proccing magic fine to save my life. Martial procs, that's when, yep, that's when that happens. That's when the magic happens. Like that. Oh my. Not even 50k and already deleting. I don't even need to change Tome anyways. It's the pull is just so ridiculous. That thing is just so insane. I cannot imagine with like really much higher stats for long shade. I can just imagine this absolutely deleting every single curse code like really quickly. It is indeed very fun. The Vanguardian is already pretty solid speed farming, but with these changes, it just makes it into a monster. Like Rush Escape in general is going to make so many characters just so much better. Combine that with Vanguard buffs, we are going crazy. Yeah, Vanguard got buffed in. If we're talking strictly melee mode, because range mode, again, it's just kind of eh. If we're talking like strictly melee mode, the Vanguard got three buffs, I would say. Is the pull from Force Flash, the movement speed increase the Force Flash got, or the movement speed buff got an increase from 30 to 40 and an extra 5 movement speed, plus the pull, plus more range on the basic attack on melee mode. Three buff that the character received on top of like Rush Escape being in the game. Which transformed this character into a speed farming monster. Oh yeah, and technically Plasma Blast is just better. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say better, it's just different because one thing that I really like about I-Beam is the fact that you can just do basic attack and then just spam I-Beam next to it. With Plasma Blast, you cannot do that. You have to stop using the basic attack and then spam your Plasma Blast like this, which makes it a little bit awkward to use. and that glitch. And yeah, plasma blood also causes that glitch to happen, which is the glitch that happens with the knight, where it gets stuck. It's like the old Dino Tamer glitch. You have to pace yourself with like plasma blood. It's like a little bit awkward to use. How long did it take me to get to 500? My PC account? I don't remember. A couple of months? It was a couple of months. I don't remember how many exactly, but it was maybe 5 months or something like that. I think it was around 5 months. I know the first couple hundred in PR, like I got that relatively quickly. But then shortly after that, I just was chipping away on like mastery slowly. Yeah, this custom is so silly. Already been streaming for 6 hours. Oh damn. This is what new update does to a man. I mean, it's a class rebalancing update. This is an update that I was just already. This is one of the things that I wanted. Quality of life and yeah, and class rebalancing. Those were like the main two things. The trail behind my character is the hidden effect rush escape. It's like the new hidden effect that affects every class, which pretty much just give it every class the Shadow Hunter buff. Yeah. That ability is way too it's just way too good. Just way too good. I'm like also close to just using my rush escape now, and I got stuck again with this. Plasma blast. That ability. It's annoying, but like a strong ability. I mean, just changing character back and forth is not that big of a deal, but at the same time, it is pretty annoying when you get stuck. Especially if you're strong enough, you're not going to notice the much because you're not going to be spamming. Well, you will be spamming, but it doesn't happen very often. Besides, like, damage is going to be so high that you might not even need it. That world boss. Okay. Okay, nope. There is a dungeon over here. But yeah, I want to try a Rush Escape Knight. My Rush Escape Knight. That is going to go crazy. Oh my god, that is going to be the first time I'm going to end up using a movement speed, a percentage movement speed buff on my knight. Oh my god. Oh my god. A percentage movement speed buff on knight with an improved dodge, which is also another thing that got added in this update. So knight dodge is now faster, so Rush Escape is going to be so interesting to use. Different, but definitely interesting. I believe so. I believe it's either Days or Fae. One of those two got insane, like the best out of this update, for sure. Like Vanguard or Fae is one of those two that got. Because Fae is another class that it is absolutely redonkulous. A 16 block teleport, that doesn't sound. That sounds so insane. I haven't done full testing on Fae, but with all of those changes that Fae received, like the only problem with Fae to me is like the slow fall, but the slow fall can easily be negated. And the new hidden FM is only a mystic. The Rush Escape and all that is only mystic. Good thing if most of the new hidden effects suck anyway, so you're not missing that much. The only thing that you're missing is, again, Rush Escape. That's the only one. Okay. Let me just open some boxes, see if I can get enough. Oh my god. I'm not even doing the level 15. I'm going to spend here forever just opening boxes. You know what? I don't care. Hit the server. I don't even have this. Go to Mystic, but I'm 40 PR of 38 power rank of 50,000. That is just diabolical work. I mean, I can get it right now if I just upgrade this to 5 stars, but I don't want to just do that right now. What I will, what I want to do right now is a couple of things. First things first. Time to go crazy. That's number one. Do the you and let's go. The thing is, I don't even have Vampirian Vanquisher. I don't have high Bard subclass. My Bard subclass is really low. And my damage is not even that high. I'm far from like the best speed farming class. And best speed farming like equipment and such. And I am running really fast through Longshade. Imagine with my Xbox account. Holy mamma mia. Okay, so let me just go Marshall, Trail. Time for night nonsense. Let me just go Star Ruble. Why not? If I can squeeze in the extra movement speed. Also. So this. Let me just equip a bunch of my gems on my Bard. So I get the most. That is not the color. So I can get the most amount of PR with my Bard and increase the subclass level. So I have other empower gens. I do have a level 25 Vampire Vanquisher. Oh, it's 23, 20, 27, 30. There. Alright, Captain, what the hell do you have? 25, 26, 25. You have a 25, 25. Bard. What yard you're at currently sitting? 25k. 25, 15. This is 25, so you can go there. 25, 25, 1601, 400. I need some empower gems. Give me some of those empower gems. You don't have empower gems. Okay. Do you have empower gems? Level 1 empower gems. Such. Level 15, level 15, level 15. Do I have anyone with like better? God damn. I know my Shadow Hunter has the class gem. That's it. Gem Ninja. Velocity. Power gems in general. Hey, ooh la la. I guess I'll just equip the 3 of you. If that will be enough for 30k at least for tier 7 Bard sub. Okay, good. I didn't even have here equipped. Maybe I can squeeze in 35k. Vanguard, where are you at? Give me your fist. Give me this 2 from you. Maybe I can squeeze in 35k. Okay, there we go. I do have 35k for tier 8 Bard sub. There we go. Now I have tier 8 Bard sub. And with improved night dodge. Let's see. God damn, and I did so much damage. This class is so disgusting. That boy just got stuck. What the hell? Can I one shot? I still don't one shot. God damn you. Where do I go? You know what? Let me go to the air world. I always like going into the air world for testing. Do just a couple of dungeons and then just end it. I'm getting a little bit tired. It's been 6 hours already. But let's see. It'd be nice if I could one shot. That is so insane. $50K, not even 51. We're far from the best stats and not even full equipment. What up, hello? Not gonna be here for too long. Feels weird, a little bit weird using it. I dodging on the night with this ability. Not much. Already did all of the testing, wrote down all of the hidden effects. Tired. Just using the night just for a little bit before I go to bed because I haven't slept. But yeah. Wish my controller would work. Yeah, the Dread Arrow from Shadowhunter, yes. It's a little eh. It is a little eh, to be honest. Okay, that's interesting. Pretty much AKH is just negligible for the most part. the this controller, I'm trying to press the jump button and the dodge, and sometimes it's not even registering, so it's throwing me off so bad. Yeah, I need to get a little bit more used to it still. I can get used to it. It's not that big of a deal. Thank God that dodge got buffed. Holy. I thank God it got buffed. And I don't have. Okay. Still no flash. I just need to know when to use it. But once I get used to it, this is insane. Percentage movement speed buff on that night is just such a wild concept. A thing that I never expected to happen. While missing like quite a lot of movement speed still. I'm missing quite a bit. Still going to end up doing the Spirit Squire just for overcharge procs. Oh, god damn. I think I see what I needed to see for today. Didn't expect to stream for 6 hours. And it is very tired. Like, it is very tired. I am very tired already. And that proc it goes crazy. What is my base movement speed though? I need to check. I need to check. Let me check. What is my base? 131 without Vampire and Vanquisher. That's my base. 131. And with a dodge, 183. That is insane. Let me check something. Hold on. Enemy. $247. 295 without bar sub. $295 without bar sub. I can easily just reach over 300. Okay. I want to check again. Okay, let me touch. Okay. I couldn't even see it because I hit my mouse with my keyboard and I couldn't even. I'll check again. Okay. Good generations. Of course. Let me look for another curse spell. I want to see what is my max. For moments like this, it would be nice to have a mod. I don't have to go click and click on the stats. I need a curse spell just to guarantee fire this. I don't think this is curse called. This is boss. Yeah, this is boss. I think this is a curse called. Yeah. But I think it's a 2-wave. This is a 2-wave. Need to be very lucky. I didn't proc. Fire this did not proc. Now you proc, you son of a ass. I just want to see my masks. God damn, dude. You know what? I'm faster with just menuing with controller than just keyboard. My mouse. Let me switch into controller because I can do this. I can just switch fast like this. $295. Wait, what the hell? Why? The parts of class did not proc. You gotta be kidding me. Why? Let's look for another curse skull. Because why? Okay. I know this is a swarm. What me? Bars of class proc, but fire this didn't. They still do exist, yes. Yes. I also had a problem with getting a lot of 2-stars when I was going for the 3-star Vanguardian. Yes, they do exist. They just suck. It sucks because it's just pure luck. Okay. Couldn't even get it because the beetle just started going witchy watchy, and the Bard's of class just rocked. Bard's of class profit, but I didn't one shot. You gotta be kidding! I hate my luck. That was like the perfect setup and everything. I just want to see my max, please, video game, please. Just give me a swarm and good dungeons. I'm not asking for much. I just want all of my movements be proc. Why does everything hate me? There's another swarm. There you go. Hopefully it's one of the good swarms, not the terrible 10 enemy swarm. 10 enemy. God damn you. Okay. And I don't have flask. Hold on. Hold that thought. Hold on. I want to make sure that I one shot. Just to see a stupid number. And okay. Is this no, it is not reachable. It's like 500 extra power rank that we're getting. Do I speak Spanish? Yes. Yo hablo español, sí. Okay, let's go again. I forgot to do Dutch. So I know it's 247. $332, Jesus Christ, finally. 332 movement speed. That's my max. Yeah, most people just, to be fair, most people quit this game in general. At least, especially a lot of the creators, there aren't very many. And it's usually either English or French. I think those are mostly the one. But yeah, it's 332 movement speed is my max. Can you stop breakdancing? That is my max. 332. I want to check what is my max on life. I think it's 322 or 325, 323 or something like that. It's like literally 10 less movement speed than this. Seventeen cash, yeah, like a 1C5. Yep, C5s do be like that. When you need them, they never appear. When you don't need them, they appear like all the time. That's just classic the classic trove luck. If you want strictly for those boxes, the only two ways that I would say is, I mean, it's just dungeons for the most part. Do a lot of dungeons. The quicker you are at doing dungeons, it's just the more that you're going to get. It all depends on how fast you are. Or obviously, ships. If people are hosting, like the, what is it, difficulty 13 or Uber 10 ships in Thunder Uplands. But those are boring as hell, but hey, they are effective. Or long shade if you can do long shade really quickly. You have 11,000 light. Yeah, that would explain a whole lot. Yeah, to do long shade just like somewhat properly, you need a lot, at least 12k. Yeah, 11k is going to be a struggle. Like right now, what I have with this account on the test server is like 12.7k, 12.8k with Berserk Valor. So with Berserk Valor, I can get to 13 and a half. Yeah. All in due time. trying to squeeze in live in every way that you can. If you're asking if there's a lot of people on X, but not really. Like I've seen some people here and there, but there aren't very many. Speaking of which, let me log in on Xbox. I am done here for today. Yes, it did. It got there. The only platform that didn't get do was on the Switch. But yes, on Xbox it did, and it lasted longer. It lasted 2 more months than on PlayStation. But we only got hit once, not twice, like on PlayStation. PlayStation got hit twice. Xbox got hit once. But it lasted longer. Uh, yeah, let me go to the hub. I just see what I needed to see. Just so let me just look like all these. All right, let me go quick on Xbox. Check the weeklies if hopefully there is a. Well, I already checked right here. Is Megacore, so it's another Megacore week. I cannot even get to 1K. I'm so sad. My Xbox. Yeah. When that happened, I just stopped playing altogether. I wasn't going to be part of any of the duping. I just wasn't not feeling it. Hold on, let me. Let me get rid of this. Let me turn on my Xbox real quick. Let me check on dailies. And yeah, just call it a day. Let me put in capture.
This?
Only playing nice, but mainly that's my main platform. Yeah. Let me. It's doing that thing again. Can you like not do that, please? I hate it when it does that. No, I don't play on a PlayStation. All right. Let me see. No new item. Make board. All the items that you put in on sale. But what is my movement speed? It's 149. $149 is my movement speed here. I want to check what is my max. That my favorite class? Yes. It's my main. It's always been my main class forever. So I'm like at 149 movement speed. I was at 132 on the test server. So let's see. I need to find the curse call. Okay, this is. I want to find a swarm. That's what I want to find. I don't think this one spawns a swarm. It is a swarm. Okay, never mind. We have everything by any chance. I should have everything. This one should be easy. 329. That's my max with overcharge. And my other one is 332. 332 with one tier less bard sub. And I don't know. I'm gonna do, I don't know. Honestly, those two classes just play very different. Like, quite different from one another. That is definitely one of those two classes that I will say just use them for a little bit and see which one suits you best. Because those two play really different. And it's been doing like that stupid thing. It's been just like flickering my screen like crazy. Yeah, it's been doing that flicker. If I go like this. No, I don't think I will continue the endgame series. Like I just mentioned, I will not do a whole lot of trove content for a little while. I mean, I might do a little bit of a video just talking about this latest update, but I'm not gonna go back into just start talking about trove. Like a lot of people are not even that interested in this game, or rather, if they're interested, it's like not satisfying for me. I've been waiting for my PC, for my new PC to arrive, but yeah, it's just I've explained this a little bit in the past, but for in the case of trove, I felt like I was just forcing videos for the sake of just forcing video because it was the thing that people watched instead of just being something that I wanted to do. Like for example, I'm doing this stream because I wanted to talk about, like I wanted to check everything out. This is something that I wanted to do. I wasn't forcing myself to do this because it was trove. But in many cases I would just force like events, even though like sometimes it's the exact same thing. But I will force it because it's like Trove. That's why I just stopped doing event stream and event videos and all of that. And in general, like I just that's what led me into like this extreme burnout phase where I have videos just in the backlog and I was not posting. I didn't want to sit down and record, or if I recorded I didn't want to edit because I was like, oh yes, how do I make a video so that it's just satisfying for a lot of people, and I just don't want to die just trying to make it, right? So I just sat down and I was like, if this is like essentially my way of thinking, I'm not going to force myself to make videos, especially on a game where a lot of people are just very, very toxic, which is really true. Not even going to sugarcoat it. A lot of people in Trove here are quite toxic, even though the game is fun, but very toxic. Especially like sometimes I would post a video or a video just talking about something that they added, and like half of the people will go like they will try to just look at the negative side of things instead of just like being more objective. Like I criticize the game when it deserves to be criticized. If there's something good, I will just say it's good. Like this latest thing, some of the abilities are good, some of the abilities are bad. Just the way that it is. But many people just try to spin everything away into making everything so negative, and I don't like that. It's because it's like the common thing to dog on this game. It's like the very common thing. It's easier to bash on this game and bash in general than just try to give it credit, because if you give it credit, it just feels like very out of place. I'm always very it doesn't feel very interesting. It's not like so much like the comments that I see on my video. I do see some comments here and there, but it's mainly when I see mainly not just my comments, it's like other in other places, especially Discord. That's the main one. And this, can you hold on? Just get rid of this. This is just getting too annoying. I'm just just sitting down here. Trying to make sure everything is working out just fine, and it keeps flickering like, look at me, I am the El Gato and I am terrible. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, some in-game services might be a little, oh, servers are coming down on Xbox. But yeah, it is what it is. At least I am fortunate to have a lot of people who don't have that. I don't have like a very negative community. Like that's the thing that I'm very fortunate about. Many people don't give two shites of what I say, I'm gonna be honest, but at least it's not negative, which is a good thing. It's definitely very difficult, especially for something like Trove. But At the same time, it just feels like whenever I'm doing trove video, it feels like I'm just talking to a brick wall for the most part. And you get that feeling where it's like you're posting, but no one cares because it's Rove. I don't know, and that's what like is definitely something that I was thinking uh for like I made the video in January just talking about trying to branch out and start to do other stuff outside of Trove, which I am working on a video which has been a pain in the ass because it keeps crashing my PC. But I the way that I look at it is with Trove, with what I was just thinking about Trove in general. Like this is that decision was, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like I'm saying that I've been thinking about that decision for the past year, since like the beginning of 2025, essentially. But it perfectly amplified like in like around October, September, October of 2025. That's when it really just like it just hit me. I was like that was mainly when it truly hit me. I was just like looking at Trove, like many Trove videos and some of the older videos that I made versus like the video that I made right now. And then I made like watch some of the other content, like some of the other content creators, Discord, and I would just read. And more often than not, there was a lot of negativity behind it. And in many cases, if if you weren't posting something like criticizing the game, people didn't even care. Even though that's just how it is with this game nowadays. But hey, it is what it is. Hopefully, this update makes a lot of people a little bit more happier. That's for certain. That's for sure. I just hope that this makes a lot of people a little bit happier. Hopefully, eh, there goes the maintenance. But yeah, for that, the devs need to really, really talk about it. No, not really talk about it. Really do that. My brain is so fried. I've been streaming for close to 7 hours, 9 a.m., and haven't slept. Um, they really need to do this update carefully. I will say this update is, to me, it could be very important for this game, especially for to make a lot of people just come back. Yeah, but yeah, I do have, outside of those, I have other videos. Like I did mention, I wanted to do story times about myself as well, like some things about myself, and I got some topics, some pretty, hopefully some motivational topics. Not even motivational; it's just life experiences and whatnot. And also, yes, I do have things to talk about other games. Like I did mention, uh, even troll stories. I do have stories about this game Trove. I've been playing this game for over 9 years. Of course, I do have stories. Like, like for real, I do have stories on Trove. Like how, like for example, I knew some of the biggest scammers that's ever been in this game. Like people that actually scam, that actually ruin the let's just say the quote unquote lives, and I mean lives as in like the Trove journey to some, so a lot of players, and then they would just go and then talk to me, No, it's not Neon Sparkles. It's it's here on Xbox, and it is. There were some asswipes, to put it lightly, like genuinely some of the most visceral people out there, and they weren't like grown men. It was like literally teenagers for the most part, and trust me, they ruined so many people, so many people. I'm talking all tens or even hundreds of people. They will scam. They will legitimately have the full inventory backpack full of radiants, and this is back when radiants were expensive, like at the beginning of like the console trove. They will have full of them, and they will just sell them to other players, and those were scammed. And I knew all about all of that, and they tried to even scam me on multiple occasions. So I do have, I do know that, and yeah, I also stories on how even I discovered this game. What kept me motivated? Why am I stuck here for over 9 years? I wanted to make that after I got to 1,000 total mastery, but with this stupid chaos core, mega core that keeps appearing, and I'm never going to get. Printro was, I mean, you meant stellar, because C1 got added with C2 and C3s in Crystal Combat. But yes, back with stellars were the highest. This is before 2019. Like pretty much everything before 2019 or the end of 2018 for PC. But yeah, for console that would be the before 2019. Yeah. The community was just way better. I wouldn't necessarily say that the game was just insane. It's just the community was just way better than what we have right now. Because I think if they just, there's one thing that I will say, if they bring Trove, old school Trove, to the community right now, trust me, that is not going to last for too long. Hell no. Like, hell no. Trove, let me just say, Trove back then, gotta love neighbors. Motorcycles at 9 a.m. Haha, wakey wakey, mama guel. Because what I was gonna say, like, Trove nowadays is like, Trove is not the best stayed in game, but it's not that much worse than it was back then. Because back then the game, let me just say, has its fair share of problems, quite a lot of them, in fact. But the community just carried it. Like it genuinely did. It felt super welcoming, like back then. I still feel they kind of welcoming, but in a lot of cases, like a lot of sarcasm and thought of not very nice things about it. But that's just the way that it is with this game. And I did explain that, like I did mention that in the video that I talked about, in the last pro video that I made. It, this this was mainly because the developers didn't even care too much about this game. That at the end of the day, many players didn't even care. That's simply how it is. I think that a lot of players just, they're not necessarily like the worst people, but it's just like a lot of players just seem to gave up with this game, and they're just like, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to stay here until like I don't care what happens, I'm just going to do whatever the hell I want. I don't care. That's what it feels like right now. Like I'm just going to stay here and troll. I think the end of Trove, I wouldn't necessarily say when they sold it to the other company, when they went from Giant World to Game Ago, but because especially those first couple of years, I do feel they were pretty they were pretty good, because obviously that's when we got Crystal Combat shortly after, into the Deep and whatnot. Many of them that were pretty good. I think what really just started going into a downward spiral was when the dupe hits. I feel it started just showing signs of like, the game is not doing too well when it started in 2023, when we started just getting like pretty terrible update in 2023, and in 2024 that's when the dupe happened, like like right in the middle of 2024, and everything after that point, that's when it started going downward and downward spiral. So I've been not much. I'm just ending, just doing the quick chatting before I end. Like I've been streaming for 7 hours. I've already done all of the testing that I needed to do. I already had the notepad. I already tested everything that is going on the test server. Just check every single hidden effect and whatnot. And I'm just sitting down here and just chatting for a little bit before I just go to bed because I haven't slept. Well, that's that's just what happens with this game. I think 2024, that's when it all all went downhill. When the first dupe happened. Yeah. I think I need. I think I just need to sit down and just enjoy. Yeah, I feel like I need to do that. I need to stop caring about numbers and uh, whatever. Like, a lot of people. I've been doing trove for over 7 years, and I know a lot of people just watch me for those, watch me for guides and whatnot. But you know, at the end of the day, if you know me, I'm usually like very transparent. And I can tell you if I don't like something, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like it, and I've always wanted to try something new. That's it. That's the reason why I made that video. And it doesn't mean that I'm not going to, like, I'm stopping Trove altogether. I did mention that back then. I'll mention once again. Not stopping Trove altogether. Still going to keep playing this game, but I'm not going to focus all my time and attention just Trove, and just focusing. I almost say something completely different. Focusing, that's the word. I just don't want to focus my time and attention into strictly Trove and just trying to squeeze in as many content that I can just for the game just because it gets the views. No. But yeah, that's just how it is. Um, at the end of the day, I'm still grateful for the people that just tune in because at least it makes all of the work that I put in worthwhile. But at the end of the day, it's just what it is. But I will keep just streaming and talking about this game when I can, and I will make. I'll probably just make a video just talking about this. Yeah, Fortnite. Fortnite. I actually played Fortnite not that long ago. Interesting. But still, just gonna do whatever. Just gonna do what I feel like doing. If people watch it, people watch it. People don't. Better luck next time, I guess. Either way, that's it for me. It's 9:15 in the morning. I'm tired. Just wanna go to bed. I might make a video talking about, not even talking about, just explaining all of the hidden effects. I will probably just end up doing that I don't know if I'm going to do it like shorts separated into 18 videos or 18 shorts, like one for each character, or if I'm just going to just make a full video of the just explaining at least all of the hidden effects. Don't know. But everything is still subject to change, so I don't know if I'll wait until they fix it or if I do it just right now. I don't think I'm going to do it right now. This whole week I'm going to I think I'll wait. I think I'll wait a little bit. I think I think I will wait because especially this week is going to be a little bit hectic for me, especially for like the other channels. So especially this week there are a couple of things that I would like to do. Like I believe no okay, never mind. Yeah, definitely Friday is going to be a day for me that I will probably be very busy. But yeah, I think I will wait a little bit. I can just check that right now. Did you put it like right now on the feedback? Oh my god. When we I don't know when they will add a new class, honestly. I just don't know anything. If I'm being honest. I think another underwear too. I check it out by read it a little bit. I feel right now all I have to say is Rush Escape is really good, and a lot of the hidden effects kind of suck. That's all I have to say. And at least for the patch notes, the night dodge feels pretty good. Still is pretty long animation, but it feels pretty good. The Vanguard crit hit needs the Vanguard's AoE crit needs to do more crit. The stupid slow fall for Fae Trickster kind of sucks. And Vanguardian just seems to get stuck whenever you spam Plasma Blast on melee mode. That's also another thing. I didn't even check the class gem for Fire Captain. That's one thing that I forgot. Whoops. A PTS in maintenance too? I don't think it is. I don't know. I'm not in PTS. This is Xbox. I just log off of PTS. I already did the majority of the testing. So the Shadow Hunter with the speed effect? No. If you're talking about if the Shadow Hunter dodge stacks with rush effect or the rush escape, no, it doesn't. They don't stack. The Paracatic Legend is nice. Yeah, I have not seen, like, I have not tested the Paracatic Legend. I forgot about that completely. And yes, they seem to completely have the DPS potential on Fire Captain. I've noticed that as well because it is one turret that does. I believe the turret does 15 times damage per shot, if I recall correctly. and before it was 10 times damage per turret, and it was 3 turrets right now alive, shooting at pretty much the exact same speed. It just it felt kind of odd. Uh, yeah, I don't think Vanguard is going to get nerfed. I don't think it should get nerfed. In fact, it's good, but not the best class in the game either. I don't think it should get nerfed. Yeah, that is very rough. Because it's not even, it's like a 50% increase in damage in total per turret. Like one turret per shot is doing 50% more damage than one turret before, but it is, but you had 3 of them before versus now you only have 1. Like it is much more comfortable, but like the DPS is way worse. Like I like the changes that they make so that you don't have to keep buffing the stupid turret like every single time that you throw it down. That to me was just completely stupid and dumb. But the fact that with but the fact that it is not that much difference in terms of damage output, that definitely needs to get tuned up quite a bit. At least I don't think it needs to have exactly the exact same DPS, even though having the exact same DPS is good, but at least somewhat close to the DPS that it had before, because some of the other changes that it got, it was at least some of the other changes that it made the class a little bit more comfy. So at least for that, it's good. But they really neutered the DPS, which I don't think is a good thing, especially for a class like that one. Then it's always been a damage type class, not a speed class. Even though the once you throw down the turret, you move out really fast. I don't remember. I forgot the movement speed that you got. It's quite a bit of movement speed. One of my favorite games. Also, my favorite games. I don't necessarily have favorite games. I'm like the type of person who just I play a game depending of not my mood, but what I what I'm feeling at the moment. Like my hyperfixation, if you would talk about that. Like for a month, I could be like, for example, I've been playing Maple Story again, but that is like a hyperfixation that I can just play for like a month and then I will not come back for another year. And then for maybe I'll just see a game that I played like a while back and I go like, oh my god, I remember playing this game, and then I will just sit down and play for like crazy. Oh, let's see. Oh, 100%. The fun fact is that the video that I'm making about Holocure is a 100%. That took me like 260 hours, and it is a 100% talk about Holocure. Like how I got like all achievement and whatnot. So yes, the video is 100%. I've already mentioned it multiple times. It's not even necessarily a spoiler, but It is a spoiler, but it's not necessarily a surprise. But yeah, just a full expand. It's just the standard. Because here's the thing, with videos like that one, I didn't know how to make them. But then I just realized, oh wait, I do have a series intro about maximizing a stat, maximizing something in Trove. Just use the exact same formula that I use on maximizing. It's on the 100%, and I was able to sit down, write down the whole script. So crazy. Like 20 minutes long. I talk about pretty much everything that the game has to offer, like a little brief story about the game, and then just talk about everything that the game has to offer, and then talk about all the achievement and how to 100%. That's essentially the whole formula of the video. It's drove down 4 consoles, and I think on PC as well. I don't think it is on PTS. It's on maintenance. Maybe, let me just check. I think it's still on maintenance. But the marketplace, yeah. I don't think it's going to be marketplace. I think it's just going to be adding files for Spring Fling. Marketplace on PS. Yeah. No, PC doesn't have marketplace. Yeah, yeah. They. When was the last time that PC has had the market active? It's been like 4 months already. 4 months, 5 months, maybe. I don't remember the last time that PC has had an active market. Like 4 or 5 months. I don't remember. Pretty much since like essentially the beginning of the year. Um, PC hasn't had a market. To be fair, I'm not going to fault the dev for that one. Just gonna say that much. That is a 100% a player's fault. I am not even going to try to defend it. I am gonna be 100% just being real with you. That is a 100% a player's fault right there. Because I just kept looking for ways to keep duping and duping and cheating and duping and then this and that. And first they added the $5 price tag, and they were like, you know what? Nah. Market, oh nah. And honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even mind if they just delete the flux for literally everyone. Like everyone has 0 flux. And then just have to sit down and grind all over again. Like at this point, I wouldn't even mind. Everyone start from 0. Like in-game players can easily get millions and millions. So everything is just going to get settled in like a week. Now, in-game players can easily make 1.5 to 2, like 1 to 1.5 million flux and just sell, look collecting stellars. So they just delete blocks from everyone. Yeah, that's just how it is. Yeah. I wouldn't mind at this point. I wouldn't even mind it if I'm being honest with you. Because as it stands right now, just trying to do anything with the market sucks ass. At least on console, just buying credit patches for like 8 mil flux is not fun, especially when like a lot of the items, like at least on Xbox, a lot of the items have been stabilized to a certain degree, but the credit patches has never gone down. And it is kind of annoying because it's like on Xbox it is on this stage where we're making the same amount of flux that we were making back then. Like, but the credit patches never went down. So like buying credit patches is just extremely annoying to deal with. It's like there's no proper way of farming. And if I recall, like it's in PlayStation, like you can sell depth cores on market, or at least depth cores are tradable on market on PlayStation. If I recall correctly, yeah. And there's like a lot of things are still relatively expensive on PlayStation. If I recall correctly, a lot of things are relatively expensive. On Xbox, like it's not a lot of things are expensive anymore. In fact, like a lot of like the market is relatively good with the exception of credit punches. That's the only thing that sucks. Pretty much everything else is on a decent price. Like I'm not even kidding. And pretty much everything else is a pretty decent price. Resources are they're plentiful, but you know they're good. They're plentiful, but they're good and in a good price. They're too expensive, but once you deal with credit punches, it's like oh okay, have fun grinding 8 hours just to get one credit punch. It's kind of rough. So especially when they add like multiple credit items, ay ay ay. That's when flux go just GG. The flux literally just go GG, and then you're always looking like crazy, like what the hell do I even sell? And literally nothing sells, literally. Or if it sells, it's like, oh yes, I am selling a lot of this resource for a mil or 1 mil. UP. Oh yeah, so in PlayStation it's the same as Xbox. The only way to trade cores is with like officer chests and whatnot. I would I would say at least here the best way is also Deepstone, but not a lot of people end up buying Deepstone either. So you have to wait in some cases to sell Deepstone. Like some days just to sell a couple of Deepstone. But outside of that, it's like maybe geode resources because no one likes doing geode, and but it is important because mastery. And outside of that, that's it. Those that's essentially everything that is in in Xbox, or at least on Xbox. On console, probably say. Yeah, most people can play the game. It's on maintenance. The game is on maintenance. They're probably just adding the files for Spring Fling, which is probably going to end up being next week. Can't believe there's been streamed for 7.5 hours. There's something objectively wrong with me. I don't stream for like a month and then I just come back and stream for 7 hours like it is nothing. If I ever become a full-time streamer, I will end up streaming for 8 hours a day and then I will die in like 2 weeks. That's just who I am. If I have something to sink my teeth in, I will go. I will stay there for hours, 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 and it do be like that. It could be me drawing art. It could be me playing a game that no one expects. Like I was playing a couple of days ago. I was playing Mega Man X Dive because there was a sale for a lot of Capcom games, and I was like, "Oh, Mega Man X Dive!" I play all 8 of the Mega Man X game. You know, as you see it right there, I do have the Mega Man X collection. I do have both of them, right? So the the thing is like I just saw it and I was like, "Oh, let me just buy it." Like I remember seeing this for months, like months ago, and let me just play it. I might just play. I might play for like an hour and ended up playing for like 11 hours straight. I was like, yeah, I play for 11 hours in a day. And just got stuck there, just playing like complete ass wipe. And it do be like that. And it happened right here, sitting down here. Oh yes, let me just do a late stream starting at 2 a.m. Here I am, 9:30 in the morning, and still streaming. What is wrong with me? There's actually a feature right there that allows me to do vertical streams for the shorts viewer, but I'm not even going to do that. Oh my god. Anyways, I think if anyone has any quick questions for the update, I will answer them right now. If not, then I'll just end it right here. It could be any of the you know what? Hold on. Let me just put right here. Just for the viewer. Like you can actually see these are all of the things that I just wrote down when I was doing this this whole test server nonsense. Yeah, I do need to rest. But I go live tomorrow. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I'll just go back into start streaming again. Unless there's like really, really big changes, I don't think I'm gonna do streams. But yeah, yeah. It's not even that I would like to sit down and just play other games. It's like especially streaming for 7 hours. I'm more than likely going to wake up tired as hell tomorrow. So yeah. Oh my god, that is a 5 gifted membership. Holy! Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted membership. Dude, I have no energy to just go hype. I don't have energy to begin with, but that is awesome. Thank you to Caillou for the 5 gifted membership. Never asked for any donation or any membership. That is crazy. Really appreciate it, man. Do I even have emotes? It's gonna suck so much to not have emotes. Yeah, I do have 4 emotes. Why is everything so slow? Why is my PC dying right now? My PC is like, oh no. Like, oh no, you never received this. It's crazy. But yeah, what I was saying, I'll more than likely just wake up tired as hell. Very, very tired. I will more than likely not have any energy. And I would like to also just relax. I don't want to just force streaming right now, especially just because, oh yes, I just got 7 hours streaming and I just want to do that. I also had to take into consideration I do have essentially three YouTube channels. I haven't posted in like weeks on those, but yeah, I do have other stuff, and especially this week, I'll probably just be busy sitting down and editing. I wanna obviously just really, really stupid trucks whipping, beeping my ass. Anyways, what I was saying, I want to just go back and start editing my Hollow Gear video. I've been procrastinating that video like crazy. I mean, I was editing today, but my PC crashed, I believe twice, and I got pissed, and I just stopped editing. And I was like, whatever, I don't care. And yeah. I just want to go back and just start adding more into that video. Either way, I would probably also, like I just mentioned, I would probably also just wait for maybe a couple of updates, and then maybe just make a video just talking about all of the hidden effects. Hopefully next week, if I can just sit down and have the time to do so. This whole week is going to be hectic as hell. Why the hell does everything happen this week? Why me? Anyways, and yeah, that's all for me. The pinned comment, pass the patch notes. If you want to read it yourself, you can read it yourself. Come to your own conclusions, whatever. I've already done my testing. I just sat down, wrote down everything that I needed to say. TLDR, Rush Escape is an insane ability. Vanguardian got insane buff. Fae Trickster is potentially pretty good. I don't know. I love the Knight, and most of the hidden effects sucks ass. That's all I gotta say. Take care as always, everyone, and I hope to see you next time. Keep on hunting. I messed up my outro. I am tired, and I'm out. Thank you for the 5 gift this once again, Caillou. Anyways, farewell.